led by the honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Quantos bras se porte le paix, il se porte la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Roger Doucette would be proud. L'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the Davie Shipyard is one of the best naval shipyards in North America, maybe even the best in the world. But what use is this best shipyard in North America if it doesn't build any ships? The Liberals' inaction may lead to the loss of 600 jobs in Davie by the end of November, and 600 jobs, or rather 800 jobs by Christmas. Workers are worried. The National Assembly is worried as well because Ottawa is doing nothing. Today, all of the parliamentarians from the Quebec National Assembly passed the following motion: that the National Assembly recognizes the expertise of the Davie Shipyard in Lévis, that it demands an adjustment of Canada's national shipbuilding strategy in order for Quebec to obtain its fair share of federal contracts, that the National Assembly asks the federal government to grant Quebec the contracts needed to fulfill its plan to replace ships for the Canadian Coast Guard and the Royal Canadian Navy, including the acquisition of a second Resolve-class fueling ship. We hope that, for once, Ottawa will hear. If the federal government does nothing, it and it alone will be responsible for the loss of hundreds of jobs by Christmas.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in the days leading up to Remembrance Day, many veterans will be visiting schools to discuss with students the significance of November 11th.
Honored to attend a remembrance ceremony organized by the Maple Grove Education Center's Memorial Club. This student-led club participates in dozens of ceremonial events each year with the help and guidance of one individual in particular, Mr. Joe Beshara. For over 3 decades, Joe has been teaching youth in the Yarmouth area about the true meaning of respect, sacrifice, volunteering, and leadership. Thank you, Joe, for your dedication and hard work in helping veterans tell their stories and ensuring students learn about the freedoms and values we hold dear as proud Canadians. On November 11th, I encourage everyone, especially our youth, to wear a poppy, attend a Remembrance Day ceremony, and take the time to thank a veteran from their community. Lest we forget, n'oublions jamais.
Let us never forget.
The member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
I rise in the House today to recognize the passing of one of Bruce Grey's finest, Mr. Frank Calder. Raised on a farm southwest of Owen Sound, he had a knack for sales and seemed destined to become involved in local business. His son Ted said that to get his first job with a local company, he was told to sell a pickup truck worth of baler twine by the end of the day. Frank was back by noon looking for more twine to sell. All of this would lead Frank to found Sprucedale Agrimart, a business that would become and remains today a staple in Bruce Grey agriculture. He worked hard, he played hard. Frank was also a community man. He served on numerous foundations and boards, and in 2000 was among a group of investors that fought to keep the OHL's Owen Sound attack in the city. While we mourn the loss of a community icon, we know that Frank is looking down on us, likely cheering on his prize race horses and listening to his favorite song, Tight-Fitting Jeans by Conway Twitty. My sincere condolences go out to his family and friends. What a legacy Frank has left.
Honourable member from Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, last week my colleagues and I from both sides of the House established the Canada-Mauritius Parliamentary Friendship Group. As the newly elected chair of the group, I look forward to working with the Honorary Consulate Generals to maintain a positive and productive relationship between our two countries. I would like to acknowledge the Mauritian community in my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville, whose enthusiasm and support was the inspiration behind this friendship group. Since being elected a little over 2 years ago, I have attended numerous events hosted by the community, and I've always been received with great hospitality. I look forward to working with them and members from both sides of the House and the Senate to plan future events for the group. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Trade contractors who perform over 80% of all construction work in Canada are disproportionately affected by payment delays because of their position in the construction pyramid that often leaves them waiting on payments from general contractors while still having to pay their staff, suppliers, and taxes. In my own riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, suppliers of materials and trades are an important driver of our local economy. When these companies don't get paid in a timely fashion, there are immediate effects on the livelihoods of my constituents. With public-private partnerships on the rise due to the Government Infrastructure Investment Bank, it is all the more important to protect our smaller contractors. In fact, prompt payment legislation has been passed in Ontario, and it already exists at the national level in the US, the UK, Australia, Ireland, and New Zealand. It should exist here as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I consider myself incredibly lucky to have spent the majority of my life living on the Pacific Ocean. Like all Canadians, I know that our oceans are an important part of our history, our economy, and our way of life. My neighbours in Burnaby and North Vancouver are very concerned that we're taking our oceans for granted. Our marine ecosystems face many real threats, and it's up to all of us to not just protect our marine environment, but to restore it. And this is why we are so proud to deliver on our promise to protect 5% of our oceans by 2017. This is a significant achievement, especially considering that we have protected less than 1% of our oceans just 2 years ago. Our efforts represent the protection of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of habitat and is a significant step towards protecting 10% of our oceans by 2020. On behalf of future generations who are counting on us to get this right, I want to thank all members of this House and all Canadians who are working hard every day to protect and restore our marine environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
During World War I, among a field of fallen soldiers, simple bright red flowers with a black center began to appear. However simple, the red poppy symbolism is powerful, representing the remembrance of those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Those heroes who volunteered to stand against our enemies, valiantly fighting for our freedoms and for their love of our country. So many made the ultimate sacrifice, unselfishly giving up the life they were living and the life they would have lived, so that Canadians would be secure to prosper in this great nation. Culminating Veterans Week on Remembrance Day, the red poppy will once again unify the nation by showing these fallen heroes are not forgotten. In my riding of Yorkton Melville and across Canada, wreaths will be laid to commemorate Canada's fallen. As Canadians, we can never thank these soldiers and their families enough. God bless the families of our fallen. God bless our servicemen and women. God bless Canada.
The Honourable Member for Laval des Îles. Mr. Speaker, since 1918, we have commemorated the armistice 99 times, the sacrifice of Canadians who died on many battlefields throughout the world. May they rest in peace. Our veterans, our soldiers, and many Canadian men and women will gather to mourn the premature departure of one of their own. In spite of the passage of time, on this day of remembrance, we all think of our grieving families. Furthermore, our soldiers and other Canadian men and women continue to do their duty to safeguard our freedoms and peace throughout the world. On behalf of my fellow citizens of Laval, on behalf of all Canadians, we say thank you, thank you, thank you to them.
Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be able to rise in the House today to share the story of Sergeant Harold Wilford Shaughnessy, whose remains were buried in an unknown grave in France for almost 100 years and more recently were discovered in June 2016. Shaughnessy fought in the Battle of Hill 70s. Local historian Darren McCabe's interest was piqued when he heard about this discovery, and McCabe learned that Shaughnessy was a St. Stephen native from New Brunswick Southwest. This past August, Sergeant Shaughnessy received a full military burial at Lost British Cemetery in France 100 years after his death. In a eulogy to his great-uncle, Jack Kennedy read a moving letter that the sergeant had written to his family in 2016, where he said, "Don't cry, Mother, we are coming back." On Remembrance Day, the town of St. Stephen will place a special memorial banner at the cenotaph in remembrance of Sergeant Shaughnessy. We will remember them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Prime Minister announced a 5-year ban on all oil and gas development in the Arctic without consulting the communities that would be most affected. This moratorium cost the North prosperity, opportunity, and $2.6 billion in planned investments. Recently, Northwest Territories Premier Bob McLeod issued a red alert on the Territory's future. He said, "We need jobs, we need work. You want us to live in the North, but we can't. We can't work here. You want us to live in a large park." Liberals are taking away Northerners' dreams and hopes and creating a nightmare for them. Between increased cost of living through imposed taxes and decreased jobs, this all adds up to a recipe for disaster in our North. In the words of the Premier, everything we have built is in jeopardy.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Jinkwisi Shilakat. This week, the Gwich'in people of Yukon and the NWT are passionately lobbying senators and their staff in Washington in a desperate plight to save the porcupine caribou herd and the livelihood that has sustained them for thousands of years. The legislation permitting drilling in the pristine Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, the calving grounds of the herd, is pending shortly in Washington, despite our 3 decades battle against it. We had a good day lobbying Congress this week. Kudos to CPAWS Yukon, who collected in less than 2 weeks over 6,000 signatures on a supporting petition. Please sign it. Kudos to the Yukon government, the Canadian Wildlife Service, who joined us in Washington, and thanks to Ministers of the Environment, Global Affairs, Crown Indigenous Relations, and the Prime Minister for their unwavering support. And special thanks to the Ambassador McNaughton and the embassy staff who have fought this battle for 3 decades to help the Gwich'in save the caribou herd that are their lives, their heart, and their soul. Merci, Massichau.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, as you know, municipalities in Quebec held elections this Sunday. Municipal elected officials are essential democratic actors to the development of a vision for the future, economic development, the environment, culture, and urban planning. Today, I would like to, first of all, congratulate all the citizens of my riding who fulfilled their civic duty and voted. I would also like to congratulate all the candidates who participated in these municipal elections and, at the same time, contributed to our democratic tradition. I would like to congratulate all of those who were granted the trust of citizens, as well as all the mayors, men and women, who were able to obtain a new mandate. Jocelyn Bates from St. Catherine, Lise Poisson from Saint Mathieu, Christian Ouellet from Delson, Normand Diot from Candiac, Donat Serre from La Prairie, and Jean-Claude Boyer from Saint-Constant. Thank you, or rather, congratulations to all the newly elected officials, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, a century ago this week, 100,000 Canadians were fighting at Passchendaele. By the end of this week, 4,000 had died and 12,000 were wounded. Victory, but at a tremendous cost, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Canada was waging its toughest election in its history, and one Canadian was part of both campaigns. Sam Sharp was a sitting member of Parliament who fought with the 116th Battalion at Passchendaele. He was re-elected in that election, but never took his seat. The mental cost of the Great War took its toll, and weeks after Passchendaele, he was hospitalized, and tragically, Sam Sharp died by suicide a few months later. Mr. Speaker, we must remember in Remembrance Week that there's a tremendous history,
but tremendous tears in our military history. We must also know that for some, the battles don't end when a ridge was taken or when troops return home. The scars from service can linger, but so should our commitment to help and to remember, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today is a Diabetes Day on the Hill. Across Canada, 11 million people live with diabetes or pre-diabetes. I want to thank the representative of Diabetes Canada here today for their hard work and advocacy. To mark this day, I'm launching the Defeat Diabetes Step Challenge. Each of us can lead by example, embracing a healthy lifestyle and increasing our physical activity. During the challenge, we will be tracking the footsteps of members who participate and encouraging some friendly competition. I challenge each member in this place to walk more, take the stairs, skip the bus, and do their part of champion physical activity, which can make a difference for those having with type 2 diabetes. I hope you, Mr. Speaker, and all members will join the All-Party Diabetes Caucus in the Commonwealth Room at 4:30 and take up the challenge. Together, we can defeat diabetes. It starts with step 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the outstanding work done by Noqueque in my community of London. Noqueque, in its innovative way, supports Indigenous women in their transition to employment and education. It is devoted to finding solutions to employment and learning barriers through Positive Voice, a program in which participants learn about social and digital media, photography, and writing. It is a hands-on project dedicated to empowering Indigenous women by using storytelling to help them create positive personal narratives. Not only does this program help build self-esteem, transferable skills, and relationships, it also conveys positive portrayals of Indigenous women in the larger community by sharing the content they create. For once, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women can tell their own stories in their own voice. So today I wish to pay tribute to Positive Voice, its coordinator, and the strong and resilient women who take part in the program.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Lieutenant Colonel Cyrus Wesley Peck was born in Hopeville, New Brunswick on April the 26th, 1871. At the age of 16, he moved to New Westminster, British Columbia, and later Skeena. As a young man, he pioneered in the Klondike, and in 1915 set sail for England to fight in the Great War. While fighting in France, he was wounded in both legs, but he stayed on, and by 1916, he was given command of the regiment. A Victoria Cross winner for conspicuous bravery, Lieutenant Colonel Peck was elected to the House of Commons while still serving overseas. He would dedicate much of his time as an MP working to establish pensions and benefits for returning soldiers. Today, his Victoria Cross is displayed at the Canadian War Museum, a truly great Canadian, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker.
In which we humbly honour all veterans who have served Canada. Today we also recognize the contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis men and women whose sacrifices we can never forget. This is a day when we take a moment to remember a veteran like Edith Anderson Montour from Six Nations in the Grand River in Ontario, who, as a nurse in the Great War, tended to the wounded and the sick in an American military hospital in France. Appelé à servir les peuples autochtones.
Called upon to serve, Indigenous people responded, and they continue to do so today, risking their lives to defend our Canadian values.
A reconciliation, Indigenous sacrifices and accomplishments will never be forgotten. I call on this House, and indeed I call on all Canadians to join us in honoring our Indigenous veterans today and throughout the week. Merci.
questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's good friend and head of revenue for the Liberal Party, Stephen Bronfman, was named in the Paradise Papers. Earlier this week, the Revenue Minister promised a full investigation into those exposed in these documents. Can the Minister confirm to this House that Liberal Party insider Stephen Bronfman is included in this and is currently under investigation?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. In our first two budgets, we invested nearly $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. And our plan is producing results. We're targeting 4 jurisdictions per year. We are hiring 100 new auditors. We've had 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants executed, 78 convictions. We've looked at the rules for voluntary disclosure. We've imposed $44 million in penalties for tax prep.
Mr. Speaker, specificity does matter in this case. The Minister promised an independent investigation. However, this morning, the Prime Minister defended his good friend and his top fundraiser, stating that he is satisfied with the assurances that he's received from Mr. Bronfman. The Prime Minister's political interference on behalf of his close friend is a clear signal to investigators that there's one rule for Liberals and another one for everyone else. Can the Minister confirm that the Prime Minister has pardoned Mr. Bronfman of any wrongdoing?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is aware of the fact that this is an issue worth many millions of dollars, and we have made investments of nearly $1 billion to fight against tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, and I can tell all Canadians listening to us today, that as Minister of National Revenue, no one is above the law.
Member for Milton.
You can tell the Prime Minister. The Minister did confirm that a full investigation will be undertaken with regards to the people named. She has confirmed it right now. But today, the Prime Minister publicly interfered with this investigation, stating that he would accept Mr. Bronfman's explanation and considered the matter to be dealt with. Is this how it works now? You're a wealthy friend of the Prime Minister, hiding millions of dollars offshore. You pick up the phone, you give him a call, and the issue goes away. Can the Minister confirm that Stephen Bronfman is not under investigation by the Canada Revenue Agency?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. And the opposition knows well, Mr. Speaker, that as Minister of National Revenue, I cannot comment on any particular case. What I can say is that we've invested nearly $1 billion over the last 2 years, unlike the Conservative government, who spent 10 years doing absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. And even a former Minister of National Revenue, Jean-Pierre Blackburn, publicly stated that this was not a priority for the Conservatives. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, we learned that one of the Prime Minister's good friends, Stephen Bronfman, was named in the Paradise Papers. The Minister of National Revenue promised there would be an independent investigation into these documents. But today, the Prime Minister says that he's satisfied with his friend's explanation. His friend, the big fundraiser of the Liberal Party of Canada. Can the Minister of Revenue simply tell us if she agrees with her Prime Minister and that there should be no investigation? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague across the way to give me the opportunity to tell Canadians who are listening everything that our government has done over the last 2 years. What have we done for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker? Canadian families who are in need of support. Well, we've given them the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. We've given more money to families. We've worked with low-income workers so that they can keep more of their hard-earned money by increasing the working income tax benefit. And we've increased that up to $500 million. We've also changed Harper's reform of the EI system. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Order. Well, the Minister can repeat her talking points, but we're not stupid. The Prime Minister intervened on behalf of his close friend, and this is a clear signal to investigators that there's one set of rules for Liberals and another for all tax-paying Canadians. The Prime Minister says that he's satisfied with his friend's explanation. The Liberal Party's fundraiser, who use tax havens to avoid paying taxes like all other Canadians. Is there any member on the other side of the House who will have the courage to stand up and call out this unacceptable situation? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I think that my colleague across the way is repeating the same thing, and perhaps he needs to hear the good news that I have to say again. For myself as Minister of National Revenue and for the Prime Minister and our government, it's important to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance. That was a priority for us, and it still is. We've invested nearly $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, and that is yielding results. We are targeting 4 jurisdictions per year. We're hiring more than 100 new auditors. We have 627 cases that have been transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants executed. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet and Misquote-Alabas.
Tomorrow, the NDP will ask the Finance Committee to investigate the Paradise Papers and to call on Stephen Brothman and former Liberal Senator Leo Colbert to explain to Canadians where their names, their firms and their trusts are linked to tax havens. And we hope that the Liberal majority will support us because the Prime Minister might be satisfied with the explanations, but Canadians are not. The Prime Ministers like to say that sunshine is the best disinfectant. Liberals will have a chance to show it. Are they going to support an investigation, or are they going like they've done for the last 2 years and block it?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the government is aware that this is an issue worth many millions of dollars, and we have made historic investments over the last 2 years. The agency now has the tools to look into 100% of tax returns of all of the big multinational companies every year. This allows the agency to identify wealthy individuals and companies that may be participating in such schemes. No one is above the law. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Well, that wasn't exactly the question, but former Senator Colbert and the big fundraiser, Mr. Bronfman, are involved in a multi-million-dollar trust in the Cayman Islands. This is serious. Tax havens are causing us to lose billions of dollars per year, and they're increasing inequality. The Paradise Papers have revealed many things, but not all. To get to the bottom of this, the NDP has tabled a motion to invite these 2 individuals to appear before the Finance Committee to answer our questions. Will the Liberals vote for our motion and show that they have nothing to hide? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance, and we've taken actions over the last 2 years that demonstrate that. As far as the committee is concerned, Mr. Speaker, committees are the master of their own domain. They're free to make their own choices, and I will respect that. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, let me quote, Mr. Bronfman did nothing wrong. There's no rich Canadian who wouldn't try to diversify their assets abroad. Who said that? The Liberal member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Next quote. There are people using a legal system, and then they confirmed that they used a legal system. Who said that? The Liberal member for Montarville. The Prime Minister says he's satisfied with Stephen Bronfman's explanations. Is that why the Liberals aren't tackling tax havens? Because they think that it's normal that their millionaire friends don't pay taxes? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, during the last election campaign, the Liberal government was very clear in its platform. We said we would work against tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. And over the last 2 years, we've invested historic sums, which was not done during the previous 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Nearly $1 billion have been invested, which has allowed us to target 4 jurisdictions per year, to hire 100 auditors. We've also laid criminal charges, Mr. Speaker. And if you look, there were 37 convictions in the last year for more than 50 years in prison. The Honourable Member for Rimouski and Basque. Well, what she's not saying is that there's only $40 million that have actually been invested. Now, if we ask the member for Montarville and Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel, perhaps they should ask their citizens if they're happier paying more tax than people like Mr. Bronfman and Mr. Colbert.
I mean that it's moral, and it's legal only because generations of liberal and conservative governments have made the laws that made it legal. We are the House of Commons, and we can change laws. The question is, will the government do it, or will they block any initiative like they've done in the last 2 years?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Now, that $1 billion that was given to the Canada Revenue Agency is for a period of 5 years, Mr. Speaker. This is public funds from people's taxes paid by citizens. And we are very careful, Mr. Speaker, about the way in which we spend taxpayer money. We want to make sure it's done right, and we are getting results, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 2 years, we've had 4 jurisdictions targeted each year. Order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Minister of National Revenue just said something very interesting. She said that as Minister, she cannot comment on specific cases. Oh, yeah? Does the Minister know that her boss, the Prime Minister, didn't feel embarrassed about commenting on Stephen Bronfman's case? That's what's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister says there's no problem with Stephen Bronfman. Can the Minister call the Prime Minister and say, hey, maybe you should mind your own business? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Our investments over the last 2 years show this very clearly. But I'd also like to tell my colleague across the way all of the things that our government has done over the last 2 years. We strengthened the Canada Child Benefit for families who needed it the most, Mr. Speaker. We lowered taxes for the middle class. We are working on lowering taxes for small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We've abolished the Harper reform, which targeted people who were receiving EI. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, it's not that that's not interesting, but it just doesn't answer our question. The Minister of Revenue said that there was an investigation into the Paradise Papers. Well, one of the people mentioned in the Paradise Papers is the big bag man of the Liberal Party, Stephen Bronfman, who's a longtime friend of the Prime Minister. Can the Minister finally confirm to Canadians that Stephen Bronfman and all Canadians named in the Paradise Papers will be investigated? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as the member across the way knows very well, I will not be commenting on any individual case. Not today, not tomorrow, and not later. This is an issue of the credibility of the Canada Revenue Agency. The confidentiality of all of these files is a priority for the agency, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning and others not to be talking when it isn't their turn, when they don't have the floor. Because they know we have rules on this, of course. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, maybe the Minister of Revenue didn't hear the news that this morning the Prime Minister commented on this case, and in fact, he declared Bronfman innocent of all wrongdoing. Just days, in fact, after this minister announced an investigation, the Prime Minister shockingly said that his billionaire buddy and chief Liberal bagman is innocent and pure as the driven snow. Listen. Does the Prime Minister, it seems like the Minister of Revenue recognizes that this is wrong. Does the Prime Minister recognize how irresponsible and reckless it is for him to unilaterally say Stephen Bronfman is innocent?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. We want to ensure that our tax system is fair and equitable for all Canadians. And that's why I'm very proud of the leadership role that the agency has played on the international stage. We've collaborated with different tax organizations, including for the sharing of tax information. This is an essential tool to protecting the integrity of Canada's tax base. This is why the agency has more than 990 audits and 42 criminal investigations going on concerning international structures.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's reckless words and actions have placed the Revenue Minister in an untenable and an impossible position. The Minister stated that her department is investigating this matter, but before the investigation could barely begin, the Prime Minister has already made his finding of innocence. Wow. This irresponsible behavior is indefensible. Did anyone advise the Prime Minister of the legal implications of what he just did?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. I've said it before and I'll repeat it. I'm very proud of the leadership role that we've taken on the international stage. And I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker. The agency has made historic investments, and this has allowed us to target 4 jurisdictions per year, to have criminal investigations underway. And, Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law. The laws apply to everyone, Mr. Speaker, regardless of one's status in Canada.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Speaker, the Prime Minister knows all about investigations. After all, he's under investigation for having broken the rules on his private island getaway, but that hasn't stopped him from interfering in the investigation of his billionaire fundraising friend, Stephen Bronfman, who's been implicated in the Paradise Papers. How can Canadians trust these Liberals to investigate their fundraising friends when the Prime Minister's already appointed himself judge and jury and has issued the acquittal?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. And Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of our colleagues across the way is really quite stunning. When a former Minister of National Revenue from the Conservative government publicly states that this wasn't even a priority to look into tax havens, I don't think that they should be giving us any lessons. They shouldn't be teaching me or the government anything. Canadians expect a fair and equitable tax system, and that is what we're delivering.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, we can understand the Liberals don't like these investigations into their ethics. The Finance Minister has already been found guilty of breaking the Ethics Code by the Ethics Commissioner, and the Prime Minister is under investigation as well. And now the Prime Minister's undermined an active investigation into Liberal billionaire fundraiser Stephen Bronfman. So how can Canadians trust this Liberal government to conduct an impartial investigation when they're more interested in protecting their friends than finding the truth?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, in our first year, we invested nearly $1 billion for the first term. We have a plan, and it is producing results. We are targeting 4 jurisdictions per year. We are working at finalizing the hiring of 100 new auditors. We have 627 cases that have been transferred to criminal investigations, 268 search warrants executed, and 78 convictions. We've tightened the rules for the proactive disclosure program. We have $44 million in fines that have been imposed on people who prepare tax returns. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I imagine the government is just as strongly committed to the fight against climate change. But Canada always seems to be like the dunce on the international stage when it comes to fighting climate change. According to the UN, member countries need to show a high level of urgency if we are to meet our Paris targets. Yesterday, the minister took a leading role in congratulating Nicaragua and Syria for joining the Paris Agreement, while her own government won't meet its targets. Can the minister put aside her talking points and tell us what she plans to do additionally to meet these targets? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, we are committed to fighting climate change. I was so proud to see the Prime Minister with the provincial and territorial premiers announcing our plan. We are going to be putting a price on carbon. We are going to be phasing out carbon, and we are going to be making historic investments in clean infrastructure and public transit. And I am very pleased that I will be in Bonn next week, where I will be working with representatives of the entire world to fight on this issue.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canada announced $2.65 billion over 5 years to support efforts for the poorest and most vulnerable countries to adapt to climate change. Well welcomed, this promise delivers just a portion of Canada's fair share. This week, leading into COP22, the OECD criticized Canada for failing to deliver on even its meager target to cut greenhouse gas emissions. Will the Liberals commit today to real action on our nation's promises to act on climate change?
The Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all in when it comes to climate action. We understand that we need to be taking action, that we have an economic opportunity to do this, and that we have an obligation to our children. I'm very pleased that I'll be in Bonn next week, where I'll be working with countries around the world. We know that we need to be helping support the poorest countries who are fearing the impacts of climate change, many countries which will be underwater should we not stay under 2 degrees. We will be supporting them. We will be working with them. And I wish the party opposite would understand how important it is to listen and take action against climate change.
Order. Most members in all parties are able to sit through question period, hear things they don't always like, and yet not react. Remember, and the public doesn't like it all when they hear that kind of thing. So I would ask the honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands, and others not to react and not to interrupt. The honourable member for Carleton.
Earlier today, the Revenue Minister said that it is inappropriate for ministers to comment on individual tax cases. She said she will not comment today, tomorrow, or later because the credibility of CRA is at stake.
Yes.
Yet, her boss, the Prime Minister, did exactly that. He publicly exonerated Stephen Bronfman, his top fundraiser, who may be under CRA investigation as part of the leaks into the Paradise Papers. Can the honourable member assure us that CRA will ignore the Prime Minister's directive to acquit Mr. Bronfman?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the historic investments that were made in the Canada Revenue Agency, nearly $1 billion, show the extent to which we are committed to fighting tax evasion and avoidance. Our government has made efforts to allow the agency to tighten the rules for wealthy Canadians who are not paying their fair share. And we will go after people who exploit loopholes. There have been $44 million of fines, Mr. Speaker, against financial advisors, and there are also criminal investigations underway.
Member for Carleton.
The minister mentions criminal investigations that are underway. Her department announced that it is doing a full review as to whether to pursue such investigations against 3,000 people named in the Paradise Papers, one of whom is the Liberal Party's top fundraiser. But the Prime Minister, the head of the entire government, has already exonerated him and signaled down to CRA that he did nothing wrong. I ask again, will the minister direct CRA to ignore the Prime Minister's political interference in this case?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, in just the last fiscal year, we've had 37 convictions for more than 50 years in prison and $10 million in fines that were imposed by the courts. Thanks to this government's actions, in 2018, Canada may be able to exchange information automatically with other countries in order to identify taxpayers that have accounts abroad. As I said, Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, while the Prime Minister protects his wealthy friends from paying taxes, we learned yesterday in the Finance Committee that this government continues to target people with diabetes with higher taxes. Diabetes Canada testified that this government knew 4 months ago that the tax department was stripping away the disability tax credit from type 1 diabetics, and to this day they're not aware of a single person who's had their credit reinstated. Why is this government targeting hardworking Canadians and suffering diabetics with higher taxes while letting top Liberal fundraisers off scot-free.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the credits and benefits that they are entitled to. The eligibility for this credit has not changed, Mr. Speaker. It's important to recognize that far too many Canadians live with these problems and need help. We are allowing low-income workers to keep more of their money, more of their hard-earned money, by increasing the working income tax benefit up to $500 million per year starting in 2019. We are continuing to deliver the merchandise just as we promised to our middle class.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Diabetes Canada said at the Finance Committee that the Canada Revenue Agency is refusing to release valuable information that would help determine the impact of the mass refusal of disability tax credits for diabetics. Now, diabetics have to pry, pull, and rip the information out of the minister's hands just to prove their case. Why won't the minister release this information, or does she have something to hide?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the credits and benefits that they are entitled to. We are moving forward with a national law for persons with disabilities that will eliminate barriers and focus on accessibility for all Canadians living with a disability. We have facilitated access to tax credits, and the amounts being given are the highest that have ever been given in history, Mr. Speaker. We have simplified the forms for tax credits. We have hired specialized nurse practitioners and have allowed them to fill out forms.
Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CBC has reported that public servants at the Miramichi Pay Centre are working in a toxic environment. These workers deal with understaffing, a lack of training, and little support. Hard-working, experienced public servants are crucial to solving the Liberals' pay system debacle. The Liberals don't seem to understand that workers need the proper tools to fix this fiasco. When will the government help these workers so that hard-working Canadians can get paid?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
On day 2 of my new job as Public Service and Procurement Minister, I was with the Prime Minister in Miramichi meeting the hard-working public servants who are leaving no stone unturned to make sure their colleagues get paid, and we are doing everything to support them. Their health and well-being as they pursue this goal is of paramount importance to us, and we are doing everything we can to support them in that endeavour. Thank you.
Député de Jonquière.
Honourable Member for Jonquière. According to a CBC report, we learned today that in addition to having to live with this government's Phoenix fiasco, the public servants in Miramichi say that the work environment at the pay centre is toxic. There's a lack of training, they're understaffed, and there's no support to answer employees' questions. And I could go on. These public servants are managing the pay centre, and they are managing the pay of 2/3 of public servants. When will the Liberals give them the resources that they need so that they can do their job right? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, on day 2 of my job as Minister of Public Works and Procurement, I was in Miramichi to meet with public servants and to solve the Phoenix problem. This is of primary importance of us for government, and we will not stop until we have fixed this problem.
Monsieur le Président, nous...
Mr. Speaker, we know that the problem of sexual harassment and sexual violence are unacceptable in any environment. As we saw in the report released last week, far too many people are victims of harassment or sexual violence at work.
Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour please update this House on actions taken by our government to make workplaces safer for all Canadians?
Good job, Minister.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, we know that sexual violence and harassment are simply unacceptable.
the very first step towards making our workplaces and federally regulated industries and Parliament Hill free from harassment and sexual violence. No government, however, can eradicate harassment and sexual violence alone. We live in a culture, especially here, where power imbalances and gender norms create tolerance for these unacceptable behaviors. And I look forward to working with everyone here and throughout the federally regulated sectors to ensure that all Canadians are safe at work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, with great power comes great privilege for the Liberals. The Minister of National Revenue is talking about the past 2 years. Okay, vacation on a private island, a villa in France, profits in numbered companies, and the chief Liberal bagman who's sheltering millions in the Cayman Islands. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, what is shameful is that people with diabetes are being denied arbitrarily their tax credits. The Prime Minister is turning a blind eye to tax avoidance in his own circles while emptying the wallets of the most vulnerable. When will he give them back the tax credits they're entitled to? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government also has a much more concrete and successful record than that former government. Canadian families in need are receiving the Canada Child Benefit, which will allow them tangible support. It allows low-income workers to keep more of their hard-earned money by increasing the working income tax benefit by $500 million per year as of 2019. We've also eliminated the Harper EI reform, and we are committed to lowering taxes for small businesses as of 2019.
Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Committee learned that the wait time for a decision on the disability tax credit has recently gone from about 3 weeks to over 40 weeks, and that since October 26th, all applications have been frozen. We also heard that refunds are being delayed and that the application form was changed based on this minister's belief that most type 1 diabetics do not qualify. One simple question, Mr. Speaker: when will this minister stop saying that nothing has changed?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to ensuring that everyone receives the tax credits that they are entitled to and the benefits that they're entitled to as well. The eligibility for this credit has not changed, Mr. Speaker. I repeat, the eligibility for this tax credit has not changed. It is true that far too many Canadians are living with difficulties and need help, and that is why our government has always taken a human approach to help those people who need it. Canadian families in need will be receiving the CCB earlier than anticipated.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I have constituents who are already receiving letters from the Canada Revenue Agency informing them that they no longer are eligible for the disability tax credit. Now, you think that's bad, but it gets even worse. Now the minister is threatening to take money directly out of their bank account. She's clawing back $6,000 from one constituent already. We know that the minister knows this is happening and has okayed it. Why are the Liberals going after the disabled Canadians and the middle-class families that look after them? When is this foolishness going to stop?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives across the way should stop saying things that are not true. The government is committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the credits and the benefits that they're entitled to. We are moving forward with a national statute on persons with disabilities that will put the focus on accessibility for all Canadians with disabilities. And I'd like to remind my colleagues across the way that I was a social worker for 25 years, Mr. Speaker. I worked with people who had health problems, people who were underprivileged.
Order. Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, Diabetes Canada testified yesterday that they've been trying to get a meeting with this minister to discuss devastating changes to the disability tax credit that renders 80% of applicants ineligible. The minister's own officials confirmed what we've been saying. The minister made a change to the process in May without consultation or notification to vulnerable Canadians. With Diabetes Canada here today, can the minister commit to meeting and hearing about their concerns directly, or will she continue her heartless attack on diabetics?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to ensuring that people receive the credits and benefits that they are entitled to, and I'd like to reassure my colleague across the way that we are working continuously with all our departments. We work with our partners and meet with them regularly, and I would also like to say that the eligibility for this credit has not changed, Mr. Speaker. The rules remain the same. They apply in exactly the same way. The Act is the same. Nothing has changed, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy.
The Honourable Minister for Salaberry-sur-Loire. The Prime Minister is currently in Hanoi for the APEC summit. There are over 100 political prisoners in Vietnam, including top human rights advocates such as Phan Kim Can or another blogger who is known as Mother Mushroom, and she's only 24 years old, and yet she was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The U.S., Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Canadian Vietnamese organizations are calling for actions to be taken immediately. Will the Prime Minister intercede with the Vietnamese government to obtain their release? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, one of the commitments that this government took when it was elected is to advocate for human rights in all our international relations. Obviously, this is an opportunity for our Prime Minister and our Minister in Vietnam to discuss the human rights situation in that region, and we do so every time that we have the opportunity. And during this visit, there will be conversations on this topic.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
Today marks day 76 of occupation of 2 open net salmon farms in the Broughton Archipelago. These coastal First Nations never agreed to open net salmon farms in their traditional territories. If the Liberals are serious about recognizing the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, then this is the time to show it. Will the minister meet with BC and First Nation governments to discuss moving these farms off wild salmon migration routes? Yes. Simple question, yes or no?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the simple answer is yes. Every time I'm in British Columbia and often in Ottawa, I meet with representatives of the provincial government, with Indigenous leaders. We often talk about the importance of aquaculture, of science, of investment, of wild Pacific salmon, what we can do to implement the recommendations of the Cohen Commission. And Mr. Speaker, with my colleagues in the Liberal caucus from British Columbia, we also talk about those important issues all the time, and I want to tell the member we understand and accept the concerns and are working with the British Columbia government.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Meanwhile, back to the finance minister's illegal and unethical activity. For 2 years, he hid behind an ethical screen controlled by his political staff. For 2 years, he hid tens of millions in Morneau Chappelle stock in Alberta, profiting from decisions he was making. For 2 years, he hid his French corporation from the ethics commissioner who found him guilty for non-disclosure. The minister still owns numbered companies, and what those assets are remains a mystery. Since apparently sunlight is the best disinfectant, will the finance minister pull the curtain back and let the sun shine in so Canadians can look inside what's in his other numbered companies?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that as all members of this House do, I've disclosed all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner and will continue to do so. What it does, Mr. Speaker, it allows us to get on with the work that we're doing. And I'm particularly pleased to tell this House that we've passed 500,000 jobs created since we've come into office. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to say that the growth that we've experienced over the last year, the best growth in a decade, is making a real difference for Canadian families. They're doing better. They're putting more money into the economy, and we are all better.
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after saying for weeks that he had followed the rules of the Ethics Commissioner. The Finance Minister was found guilty of having hidden his French corporation, and he also hid his shares for 2 years in numbered companies and benefited to the tune of millions of dollars, and while regulating an industry that he is supposed to do is impartially as a minister. Upholding the highest standards of honesty and impartiality? I don't think so, even though it's in the mandate letter. So, Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals believe that they're above the law? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I am working with, and I will continue to work with, the Ethics Commissioner. That is something that is very important. That is how we can be clear. It is clear that we are working for Canadians. That is our goal. We have excellent news for Canadians to date. Over the past 2 years, we have created 500,000 new jobs in our country. That is very important for our economy. It is very important for Canadian families. Our economy is working, Mr. Speaker. That is good news.
Exotic islands. We remember Bell Island, where the Prime Minister took the Liberal Party president and insiders. The Ethics Commissioner is looking into that. There's the Cayman Islands, where the Liberal Party's bagman has an offshore trust. CRA is looking into that. There's the Bahamas, the Barbados, where the Finance Minister has family companies. The Ethics Commissioner is looking into that. So many characters having island adventures, the Prime Minister's nickname should be Gilligan. Mr. Speaker. When will this Prime Minister and his skipper stop working for Liberal insiders and start working for Canadians?
Order. 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 We all love a little comedy, but let's settle down. Order. Order. Hello.
Order.
The
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, that's what we promised to Canadians during the election campaign, and we keep our promises, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what we're doing, what we've been doing for the past 2 years at the CRA. There have been historic amounts that were invested to fight tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance because that's a priority for Canadians. That money has allowed us to target 4 jurisdictions per year, Mr. Speaker. That has allowed us to lay charges, and we have been able to hire auditors. Those investments have also allowed us to transfer cases to criminal investigations and to tighten up.
For Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the past 2 budgets saw the government make unprecedented investment in housing. We know this is utmost important and has a great impact on the lives of many Canadians. Could the Minister responsible for housing provide us with an update up to what those investments have achieved so far?
The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by thanking warmly my colleague and our colleague from Brampton Centre for his great work on behalf of his constituents. Our government believes that every Canadian should have access to affordable and adequate housing. Because of this, we have invested historic amounts in the last 2 budgets and will be launching in a few weeks from now the first ever national housing strategy. That will set the stage for the most ambitious demonstration of federal housing leadership in over half a century. That will also set the stage for working with partners. Many of them have been waiting for us for a long time. We're back. We're here to stay.
Here, here. Honourable member for Brantford Grant.
The Liberals talk about not breaking promises. Well, they broke their promise to veterans and they took them back to court. Yesterday, we learned that veterans are being forced to wait longer and longer to get the benefits they earned. And the number of homeless veterans has risen, wait for it, 62% since the Liberals took power. The Prime Minister is in Asia delivering on his priority, $500 million in infrastructure handouts to the world's wealthy. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell us why are veterans getting less while the Prime Minister gives $500 million to wealthy bankers in Asia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Infrastructure and Communities.
We have a sacred obligation to our veterans that when they come back broken, we will see that they mend. We demonstrate our belief in this every day through the services and support we deliver to veterans and their families. We remain committed to a pension for life option and will announce further details later in this year, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. We will remember.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, in a letter sent yesterday to the Federal Minister of Finance, the Quebec government says that it's going to demand that Netflix and web giants be taxed fairly and is calling for the federal government to cooperate. It's a question of tax fairness for our business people in Quebec. All parties agree on that. The Quebec government says that the principle of the sales tax should already apply to these services. I'm not going to put this question to the Minister of Canadian Heritage because she simply abdicated her responsibilities, but to the Minister of Finance. Quebec is standing with its business people. So will the federal government work with Quebec to ensure that web giants pay their fair share for all of society? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. We understand the concerns of the Francophone cultural sector. I would like to reassure them and to remind them of the historic investments that we have made to support our Francophone culture. That is why we have invested massively in our culture. That is over $2.2 billion. We reinvested in Francophone television, and we have invested $675 million in Radio-Canada. Those investments have tangible impacts on the lives of our artists.
Glengarry Prescott-Russell.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott-Russell. Mr. Speaker, the government is determined to support Canadian farmers by investing in growth and innovation in the Canadian agri-food sector. We have invested a great deal in Canadian farmers. The Budget 2017 laid out a clear objective to increase our farm exports, and we know that we have always been there and will continue to be there for Canadian farmers. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us what measures he is taking this week to offer tax relief to our Canadian farmers? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Scott Russell for his question and his great help on agricultural issues. This week I announced that the government will provide a tax relief for farmers who had their herds destroyed because of bovine TB. We're also designating the region in which farmers qualify for a livestock tax deferral due to floods and drought. And I've announced that we will maintain the cash purchase tickets for grain farmers. Mr. Speaker, this government has and will continue to make sure agriculture thrives in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, Syria is a country from which thousands of refugees have fled to Canada. President Assad has murdered countless of his citizens. Canada's armed forces are helping to fight this tyrannical regime. Yet during this Remembrance Week, the Minister of Environment shocked Canadians by praising Syria for supposedly taking action on climate change. Instead of blaming her staff on this tweet, will the Minister apologize to Canadians and to our Syrian refugees for legitimizing the murderous Assad regime?
No. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I've worked as a human rights lawyer. I absolutely agree. I'm disgusted by the current regime in Syria, and the atrocities that it's committing are completely inexcusable. A mistake was made. I take full responsibility as minister. We deleted the tweet within half an hour, and I, on my personal Twitter account, said that it was unacceptable. We are going to continue working with the people of Syria. They deserve a life free from violence. Canada will continue to support the Syrian people in reaching this goal and achieving a long-term political solution.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Rails to Relevance is an annual project of Claremont High School, bringing bright young kids from this great public high school to Ottawa by rail, via rail. Now, the Canadian Transportation Act review by Honourable David Emerson recommended that Canada cease to have a national passenger rail service. Can the Minister of Transportation reassure this House that Canada is committed to national passenger rail and will invest and modernize a national via rail service?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for a question. Our government is committed to rail passenger service for Canadians. We always have been committed to it. I myself am a regular rail user. Once a week I go between Montreal and Toronto. I've had the pleasure of going across the country from Halifax to Vancouver. I would in fact encourage Canadians who've never taken the train to go out and try that mode of transport. I think they'd find that it's a very pleasant way to move across the country and in fact to enjoy this magnificent country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Terrebonne has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I would like to have unanimous consent to table the following motion. That this House recognize the expertise of MIL Davie Naval Shipyards, which represents 65% of the production of the country. It requires from the government a readjustment of its national shipbuilding strategy in order to better take into consideration the production capacity of Davie Naval Shipyards.
The honourable member, does he have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Mirabel has a point of order. The member for Joliette, Mr. Speaker. Joliette. Yes, I have a point of order. A year ago, October 26, 2016, the House rejected motion M42 on tax havens. Specifically, my motion enjoined the government to amend Regulation 5907 of the Income Tax Act. By doing so, revenue that a Canadian business repatriated to its subsidiary in Barbados or in 22 other tax havens would have been taxed in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I consider that the vote was tainted by irregularities and that it should be held again. The member's Code of Ethics is part of the House of Commons standing orders. It clearly forbids a member from acting in a way that would further his or her private interests. It clearly forbids a member from attempting to influence his or her colleagues so that they act in a way that further his or her private interests. But, as we now know, the Minister of Finance owns businesses located in tax havens. Part of the operations of Morneau Chapelle, his family's business, do include furthering the use of tax havens to make it easier for pension funds and insurance companies to use them. Therefore, passing motion M42 would have had a significant impact on the minister's finances. It would have had a significant negative impact on his ability to carry on as he has been doing. And yet, as you may note in the journals for October 26, 2016, the Minister of Finance did participate in the vote to oppose motion M42. Indeed, with the notable exception of the member for Cambridge, all the Liberal members opposed motion M42 because they had been told to vote that way and told so very strongly. On pages 220 and 221 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, 2009, you can read what follows. In the event the member does vote on a matter in which he or she has a private interest, the vote may be questioned and eventually disallowed. It is not possible to raise this type of point of order, but I do appreciate the effort for the member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier because you have the attention of the House. But I would ask the members
conversations to take those conversations into the hallways, and I was asked colleagues to assist me by saying shh.
The honourable member for Joliette has the floor. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance had a private interest in seeing that my motion on tax havens would be defeated. As I was saying, pursuant to the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, I question the vote of the Minister of Finance as well as the vote of all those he may have influenced. I invite you to disallow them. As indicated in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, page 214, on being elected, members of the House of Commons become trustees of public confidence. Members must place the public's interests over their private interests and derive no personal benefit or gain from their decisions. I know that the Ethics Commissioner is responsible for upholding the Code of Ethics and the Conflict of Interest Act, and she's doing an outstanding job. But it is not the ethics of an individual member that is at issue here. It is an issue of the result of a vote, of the integrity of the House of Commons as an institution over which the Speaker presides. We are here in the heart of representative democracy, in the heart of the bond of trust that must connect the public and its representatives, without which the House of Commons has no legitimacy whatsoever. Given the irregularities and the appearance of a conflict of interest that tainted the vote on motion M42 on tax havens, I consider that it should be overturned and retaken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Joliette for his comment. At first glance, this seems to be more of a matter of debate. However, I will consider the matter, and if necessary, I will come back to the House on it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Dirk. Pursuant to Section 32.2 of the Standing Orders, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages Canada's Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security for 2017 to 2018. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 13 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2017-2018. Thank you very much.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sarah Lozo, a young dynamic constituent in Stormont Dundas and South Glengarry, asked me to present a petition to call upon the House of Commons to pass a motion recognizing April the 14th of every year as Poor House Commemoration Day in Canada. This day will commemorate the lives of Canadian citizens that died or lived in an asylum, a house of refuge, or a poor house facility in Canada. The suggested date for the holiday is April the 14th due to the Act respecting the mentally incompetent persons and their estates being passed in Alberta in 1937. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. The first has to do with affordable housing in Canada. Given that more than 1.6 million families are unable to get affordable housing because they spend more than 30% of their income on housing, and Section 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights declares access to affordable housing as a fundamental right, not a privilege, the citizens of Canada ask the House of Commons to pass Bill C-265 of my colleague for Hochelaga in order to ensure that a national strategy regarding housing may promote the right to housing. The second petition is one that asks the federal government to implement a national strategy on purchasing food items locally to encourage local farmers that represent 1 out of 8 jobs in Canada. Also, the Minister of Public Works should implement a procurement policy in all federal institutions. There are 48,000 throughout Canada. These two petitions are signed by people from my riding. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi.
Mr. Speaker, the water quality in Lake Champlain has been deteriorating because of various bacteria, and citizens in the area of Lake Champlain would like the Commission's report to be reviewed to reconsider the quality of water in that lake.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 3 petitions. The first deals with the pressure to live up to Paris Accord targets and ensure that global average temperature does not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius and certainly stays below 2. Petitioners call for reductions in greenhouse gases as well as to support for the developing world to the global south, who are hardest hit and least to blame. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, calls for the 75 recommendations of the Cohen Report on wild salmon to be put in place to protect wild salmon from the toxic fish factories that dot the coast of BC and Atlantic Canada. And the last petition, Mr. Speaker, once again from petitioners in Saanich Gulf Islands, calls for the government to stop the trade in shark fins. Canada does not allow the practice of finning sharks, but we still allow the trade, distribution and sale of these products that threaten the global shark population. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got 2 petitions I wish to table today. The first one is signed by over 220 Canadians who are calling on the government to look at the human rights abuses that continue in Vietnam under the communist government, in particular drawing to the government's attention the situation for Miss Tran and Miss Nguyen, who are both people who have been become political dissidents and were imprisoned because they shared material on their blogs and on the internet that actually outlined the human rights abuses happening, as well as the environmental crisis in Vietnam. And the second petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is over 670 petitioners who are calling on the government to look at the Chinese government for their continued violations of human rights of Falun Gong practitioners, and in particular draw to the attention of us in Parliament the state of Miss Quan Sun, who is a Canadian citizen and was arrested in February of this year in Beijing for doing what? Practicing Falun Gong.
For Prince Albert.
Speaker, I rise today to present some 31 petitions with over 1,300 signatures of residents from both inside and outside my constituency. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to abandon any attempt to repeal Section 176 of the Criminal Code Act and stand up for the rights of all Canadians to practice their religion without fear of recrimination, violence, or disturbance.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to table a petition on the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. This is a very important issue and priority for the people of North Island Powell River, and I'm honored to represent such a large and diverse Indigenous population. It should come as no surprise that Bill C-262 has received a lot of consideration and support, and I'm proud to see so many people actively supporting the implementation of UNDRIP and the principles of reconciliation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition today from people in and around Calgary. This petition was submitted by Dr. Jasmine Hall. These petitioners are concerned about recently proposed tax changes. They are concerned that the proposed changes will make it more difficult for small businesses to be profitable. They are also concerned that millions of jobs will be at risk if Canada's primary job creators are unfairly taxed. The petitioners are asking that the government abandon their proposed tax changes that they are targeting, and that they are targeting Canada's small businesses and the jobs that they create. Thank you.
Oh, I guess I have to recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Cadso.
I recognize you, Mr. Speaker, right away. You haven't changed a bit. Mr. Speaker, I present a petition on behalf of a number of residents from Sydney, Sydney River, Howe Centre, Manitou, East Bay, Big Pond. And the petition is calling upon the Government of Canada to specifically identify hospice, palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act so that provincial and territorial governments can work with the federal government to make sure that these services are provided within the various communities across this country. It's signed by over 120 residents, and I know that they've worked hard to provide hospice services back in the Cape Breton region, and they believe that this would be certainly something that would be worthwhile pursuing for the government. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1173, question 1175, question 1176, question 1179, question 1181, and question 1186. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to the questions numbered question 1174, question 1177, question 1178, question 1182, question 1185, and question 1187 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on November 3rd, 2017 by the Honourable Member for Carleton concerning the applicability of Standing Order 69.1 to Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. Je remercie l'honorable député.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Carleton for raising this matter, as well as the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for their comments.
The Honourable Member for Carleton asked that the Chair use the authority granted under Standing Order 69.1 to divide the question on the motions for second and, if necessary, third reading of Bill C-63. As he argued, the bill contained measures not announced in the budget of March 22, 2017. He noted, for example, that the summary indicated that a measure in Part 2 of the bill was implementing a change to the GST-HST rebate for public service bodies announced on September 8, 2017. He also argued that the measures concerning the taxation of agricultural and fisheries cooperatives in Part 1 and those concerning beer made from concentrate in Part 3 were not in the budget, nor were three measures from Part 5, namely Division 5 regarding the Bank of Canada, Division 11 concerning judges, and Division 13 regarding payments to discharge debt. The Honourable Member also argued that the monies authorized in Part 5, Division 2, regarding the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the AIIB, far exceeded what was announced in the budget. In his budget speech, the Minister of Finance indicated that the government would be investing $256 million in the AIIB over 5 years, while Clause 176 of the bill authorizes the minister to spend $375 million U.S., or roughly $480 million Canadian. While he indicated that he did not feel strongly about having a separate vote on each of the other measures, the Honourable Member for Carleton was particularly keen on having a separate vote on this measure. He thought the standing order provided the Speaker with such authority, given that the bill authorized quite a bit more spending than what was announced in the budget.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby argued that the bill was in fact an omnibus bill, insofar as it contained measures not announced in the budget. He also noted that this was specifically the case in relation to the measures concerning agricultural and fisheries cooperatives, and for those concerning beer from concentrate. Furthermore, he argued that the inclusion of such measures meant that Bill C-63 could not qualify for the exemption provided in the standing orders for budget implementation bills, and that, therefore, the entire bill should be treated as an omnibus bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, in his intervention, sought to reassure the House that certain measures were indeed arising out of the budget. He pointed out that the plan for Canada to become a member of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank was indeed announced in the budget, and that the bill operationalizes that plan. He also argued that the amendments to the Judges Act in Division 11 give effect to the intention announced in the budget to implement the recommendations of the 2015 Judicial Compensation and Benefits Commission. The changes relating to the Bank of Canada in Division 5, he contended, are part of the government's plan to bolster the toolkit for managing the resolution of Canada's largest banks, as announced in the budget. Finally, he insisted that the standing order does not foresee the division of a bill for the purposes of debate or committee referral, but only for the purpose of voting at second and third reading. And by the way, I apologize to the interpreters if I'm going too quickly. I'll try to slow down a little bit. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd argued that in coming to a decision, the Speaker should be inspired by the procedure in the Quebec National Assembly in relation to motions to divide bills. He argued that the chair should not confuse the principles contained in a bill with the field of legislative action it addresses. While the measures in the bill all deal with economic policy, he did not think that the Speaker should conclude that they are all interrelated. He also raised a number of points that were less specifically about Bill C-63, but which concerned the mechanics of implementing a decision to divide a question, which he argued are unaddressed by the standing order. In particular, he raised issues relating to amendments to the second and third reading motions, referral to committee, report stage, and consideration of Senate amendments.
Yesterday, in response to a point of order from the Honourable Opposition House Leader, I delivered a first ruling concerning the new Standing Order 69.1 on omnibus bills. This standing order empowers the Speaker to divide the question on the motion for second and third reading of a bill in circumstances where the bill contains a number of unrelated provisions. The matter before us today concerns paragraph 2 of that standing order, which makes an exception for budget implementation bills. That paragraph reads as follows: 69.12. The present standing order shall not apply if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. Thank you. La question que le président...
The question for the Speaker, then, is whether or not the measures identified by the Honourable Member for Carleton and the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby correspond to provisions announced in the budget. Let me first say that establishing such a link is not always obvious. The budget document itself is almost 300 pages long, while the supplementary tax information represents another 100 pages. The Chair has done its best to review the material in arriving at this decision.
First, deal with the measures in the bill relating to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The Honourable Member for Carleton acknowledged that these measures were indeed announced in the budget. The only issue is whether or not the variance in the amount invested is sufficient to sever this relationship. In my view, the spirit of the standing order was to provide for a separate vote when new or unrelated matters were introduced in the budget implementation bill. The fact that the amounts are higher, though I admit the variance is considerable, does not, in my opinion, make the matter of AIIB markedly different from what was announced in the budget. I believe it is understandable that in between the time the budget is presented and the time the budget implementation bill is introduced, a change in circumstances could produce such a variation. I do not believe it is necessary to insist on an identical amount when the overall policy initiative is substantially the same. Therefore, I do not believe it would be appropriate to have a separate vote on this matter. Passons aux autres questions.
Now, let me turn to the other issues related by the honourable members. I'm willing to accept the arguments from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that Division 5 of Part 5 regarding the Bank of Canada and Division 11 of Part 5 regarding judges' compensation flow out of measures announced in the budget. Therefore, I believe it is appropriate that those measures be included in the general vote at second reading, and, if necessary, at third reading.
However, in relation to the other matters raised by the Honourable Member for Carleton and the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, I have been unable to find a link between them and what is contained in the budget documents. The Parliamentary Secretary did not refute the contention that these matters were indeed new and unrelated to the budget. Accordingly, I believe that I can and should exercise the powers granted to me in the standing order to divide the question at second reading and, if necessary, at third reading. Having come to this conclusion, the question is how to effect such a division. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby argues that the entire bill should be subject to division. Since it does not solely implement measures announced in the budget, he believes the exemption in Standing Order 69.12 no longer applies. As I stated earlier, I believe the purpose of the Standing Order is to allow such a division in relation to those matters which are unrelated to the budget, accepting that the purpose of the remainder of the bill is to implement the budget. Les mesures
The measures relating to agricultural and fisheries cooperatives are contained in Clause 48. Those concerning changes to the GST-HST rebate for public service bodies are contained in Clauses 139 and 163. Part 3 of the bill deals with amendments to the Excise Act in relation to beer made from concentrate. Clauses 165 to 168 make up this part. Finally, Division 13 of Part 5 deals with changes to the Financial Administration Act in relation to the discharge of debt. This measure is contained in Clause 261. Each of these initiatives will be the subject of a separate vote at second reading and, if necessary, at third reading. All remaining elements of the bill will be combined in a single vote, which will be the last vote taken. This means there will be 5 votes when the debate at second reading concludes.
I wish to underscore that the Chair has not ordered that each of these measures become the subject of a separate bill or the object of a separate referral to committee. The standing order is clear that the Speaker has the power to divide the question at second reading and at third reading for the purposes of voting only. There remains a single debate on the motion for second reading of Bill 663. In response to the questions raised by the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, the motion for the second reading of the bill is still subject to the usual amendments: a hoist amendment, a reasoned amendment, or an amendment to withdraw the bill and refer the subject matter to committee. I do not believe the standing order allows me to create 5 separate second reading motions for the purpose of debate, each individually subject to amendment. When the debate concludes, I will put the question on each of the 5 groups of clauses as described above. Those groups that are adopted will constitute the order of reference to the Standing Committee on Finance. Those that are rejected will not be referred to committee and will no longer form part of the bill. In such a case, I will also order a reprint of the bill for the committee's use. Si le comité fait rapport,
when and if the committee reports the bill, assuming no other instruction from the House, it will form the subject of a single report with or without amendments. Members will then be free to submit report stage motions to amend the bill as they see fit. I will rely on the usual rules at report stage in relation to the selection and grouping of motions for debate and voting, though the groupings may indeed reflect the divisions I have announced today. That's a decision I will come to when I see what motions have been submitted. The vote at third reading will be conducted in a similar way to the vote at second reading, assuming all of the identified elements are still part of the bill by the time it reaches that stage.
Practice for the House, and I thank honourable members for their attention and patience as I have explained how I intend to implement it. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-63, Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 2.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in this House to speak to C-63, the Budget Implementation Bill, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget that was tabled earlier this year in March. As always, my comments are made on behalf of the residents of Davenport, who I'm blessed to serve and who always inspire me with their passion for life, their love for their families, their love of community, and their desire to do their part to make our community, our country, and our world a better place. In talking about the Budget Implementation Bill, in the time I have, I'd like to focus on what our budget this year does for women, for seniors, and if I have time, for workers. On women, Mr. Speaker, our budget this year produced the first ever budget gender statement, an assessment of how gender was considered in Budget 2017 measures. For me, this is vital to do because I believe it is important to be transparent on how budgetary measures and spending are impacting women. This budget gender statement will not be the panacea for gender equity, but it will help the Canadian government assess and target how we can best allocate our resources so that both our men and women are supported equally. It is a long time coming, as there are many other countries that have already done this, but I'm so glad that we are doing it now and that we've committed to doing this on an ongoing basis. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest stresses for Davenport parents continues to be the high cost of daycare. And so I was pleased to see that over $7 billion over a 10-year period was committed in Budget 2017 to support and create more high-quality, affordable childcare spaces across Canada. I know that our Minister of Family, Children and Social Development has worked hard with all the provinces to create a framework to foster fully inclusive early education and childcare services across the country, while respecting the needs and circumstances of each jurisdiction. Under the agreement, the federal government will send billions of dollars to the provinces and territories to focus on creating new childcare spaces for families. Our plan is anticipated to create up to 40,000 new, affordable, accessible spaces across Canada over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a good beginning. Indeed, this is a great beginning, and I think we need to go further and do more. Until we close the gap of women's participation in the workforce, until we ensure that every single family in Canada has access to affordable childcare in this country, we have not finished our job. There's currently a 10 percentage point gap between Canada's labour force participation rates of men and women. And according to the International Monetary Fund and a large body of research just from a number of places around the world, the more women that enter the workforce, the more productive its economy will be. And the best way to boost women's participation rates is to ensure not only affordable daycare, but also to ensure maximum flexibility for women in the workforce. At this point, Mr. Speaker, too many families in my riding still have to make a choice between having either one spouse at home to take care of the kids or having both parents work to earn enough to cover the high cost of daycare in downtown Toronto, where the monthly costs are around $1,200 per month. So while we have made enormous, laudable progress, our work is not yet done. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the cares that I'm very proud of and that does support families and is helping families with some of the costs of daycare is our Canada Child Benefit. This is a huge benefit for working and middle-class families in Davenport. And actually, I asked for the numbers today in terms of what was the amount of money that was actually going to Davenport families. And what I received was this. From July 2016 to June 2017, there were a total of 9,210 payments with an average payment of $5,880 for the year. And that's a total amount to Davenport families. So over that one-year time period was $54,164,000. That is an enormous amount. I know that Davenport families are very, very happy to have received this. And I know it goes a long way to support them, to support their lives, to support their families. And I also should note, Mr. Speaker, that in the recent fall economic statement, which was just released on October 24th, the government announced that it would strengthen the Canada Child Benefit by indexing it to an annual increase in the cost of living effective July 2018, which is 2 years earlier than planned. And this will put more money into the pockets of Canadians immediately to help with the ever-increasing cost of living. So great progress and support for both women and families in our budget this year, Mr. Speaker. And now I want to move on to seniors. In the cold air of November, that's a harbinger of the winter to come. This past summer seems now so long ago, but I did do a lot of canvassing during the summer, and there was an interaction with one of the Davenport seniors that is seared in my mind. She saw me canvassing, and she made sure to come up to me to say, "You make sure to tell Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to not forget us seniors." And I relayed to her all the things that we had done to support seniors, and I told her that we were going to continue to work hard to make sure that they continue to feel supported. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you actually consult with Stats Canada, it would actually show that Canada's elderly poverty rate has actually fallen by a remarkable 25%, from 37% in 1976 to 12% in 2010. But since then, so since the mid to late 1990s, poverty rates have actually been growing among seniors, and 60% of low-income seniors are actually women. So I was very, very proud that as of last year, July 2016, our government actually increased the guaranteed income supplement to $947 a month for the most vulnerable single seniors. And we also restored the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS to 65 from 67, and that will also go a long way to support our seniors much sooner than later and to make sure that they do not fall anywhere near the poverty levels. And I'm so pleased to say that this year's budget took even more steps to support our seniors. We've invested $6 billion over 10 years for home care. And that goes a long way to those who actually want to be taken care at home and not actually in hospitals. We've committed $2.3 billion over 2 years to expand affordable housing, which is expected to improve the housing conditions of all seniors, especially senior women. We provide an additional $4 million over 2 years to the Enabling Accessibility Fund to improve the accessibility of public spaces. I know that that's something that was very important for my mom, so I'm really glad that that's something that we've introduced right across the country. And I'm very proud of our Minister of Finance, who's reached a historic agreement to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, because they will ensure that there will be more money for Canadians when they retire. So a lot of work has been done to support our seniors. I want to give a shout out to a couple of more of my colleagues who are taking such a tremendous job in terms of trying to make sure that we create some national senior strategy, and that is my colleague from King Vaughan as well as my colleague from Nickelback. And then finally, workers. The world of work is rapidly changing. What I hear a lot is of concerns about there's more contract work, or we hear there's more precarious work, there's more artificial intelligence, there's a continued loss of manufacturing jobs, and just in general, with the advances of communication technology, there's an anticipated different way of working in the future that's causing quite a bit of consternation with many Davenport residents, and I think with Canadians in general. And so I'm so proud that our government has taken actions to support our workers who are looking to train in different jobs, who are, there's also support for workers who are trying to improve or upgrade their skills. And then there's just more support in general for workers in an ever-changing workforce. And some of those changes include $2.7 billion over 6 years to boost skills training and employment supports for unemployed and underemployed Canadians under the labour market transfer agreements. We've put $132 million over 4 years to expand flexibilities within the employment insurance program in order to enable more employed workers to pursue self-funded training while remaining eligible for EI benefits. So I don't have time to go through the rest of all the amazing things we're doing to support workers. There is more things that need to be done. One of the key areas I'm hoping our government will start looking at is basic income as a way to support our workers in the future. But maybe I'll end off on a wonderful note, Mr. Speaker. Our economy is doing so well. Over the last 2 years, we've created over 450,000 new full-time jobs. We have historic low unemployment rate at 6.2%, the lowest since 2008. We have youth unemployment rate at its historic low at 10.3%. Canada's the fastest growing economy in the G7 with an average rate of 3.7% over the last year. And I know that more good news is to come. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the wonderful opportunity to present on behalf of the residents of Davenport today, and I urge all my colleagues to support C-63. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Davenport for her talk. But I wonder, the residents of Stormont Dundas and South Glengarry, my constituents, they're very concerned. The recent economic update from the finance minister suggested that over the next 6 years, we're going to add $100 billion to Canada's national debt. And according to the finance minister's figures in that document, the interest paid per year will rise from $24 billion per year up to $32 billion per year in 2022. Now, the constituents of Stormont Dundas and South Glengarry say, how can we possibly afford that increase in interest each and every year? And then when they think about it, that's $3 billion a month. That's if the interest rate stays the same, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder what the residents, the constituents of Davenport would think of increasing the interest to $3 billion per month on Canada's national debt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. As I mentioned, I did do a lot of canvassing over the summer. I did reach some doors where similar questions came to me, and what I responded to them was the following, is that Canada has one of the best balance sheets in the world. We have probably the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the world, and we have a lot to be proud of. We have an economy that is growing faster than all other economies at the moment. We are spending responsibly. That has been validated by the IMF, Christine Lagarde, when she came here just over a year ago. I think that we're spending responsibly. We are investing in infrastructure. We are investing in our future, and we're doing everything we can to keep our debt levels at a manageable level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comment? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I think there are many things that we can agree on. And I'm going to bring to her attention, as I have other of her colleagues, around the labour code changes. And one of the areas that I'm concerned about, and I'm hoping the government will be open to listening to experts, both legal experts and plus people that work within the area of domestic violence, is around the unpaid leave for domestic violence. And the challenge for many who are often mostly women in those circumstances is that their ability to take an unpaid leave to deal with creating a safe plan, being able to hire a lawyer, perhaps finding a new place to live, all those things will happen. They won't happen right away. They'll happen perhaps over months or a year. That when they come home to their partner who is abusive and have a paycheck that is less because they now have taken an unpaid leave, how that might put that family and that partner into a serious safety issue. And I'm really encouraging the government to relook at that and make those paid days for domestic leave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the honourable member's questions. I think that there's a lot of areas that we need to continue to look at in order to better support our workers across this country, and so I appreciate her putting a wonderful idea on the table. I will tell you that I'm very proud of what we've done so far in terms of supporting our workers. I was asking a question in the House today to the Minister of Employment and Labour about just an announcement we made this week about what measures we are doing to protect workers against harassment and sexual violence in the workplace. And so she has made that announcement. I know that we will take more steps to support our workers in the days and years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for about a 20-second question. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me 20 seconds to ask the member from Davenport. During our campaign, we campaigned on an economy that works for the middle classes, an economy that works for everyone. She's done a lot of work with the immigrants in her community. Possibly she could comment on how these changes that we're putting forward will help the immigrants within her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport in 25 seconds or less, please.
Sure, thank you so much. I want to say a huge thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. I have, in Davenport, we're very blessed to have 52% of my riding actually born in another country. They're very, very happy with the changes that have not only been introduced in the budget of this year, but last year. And mainly it's because we've actually spent quite a bit of time and money and resources in terms of making our system more efficient. So, for example, to actually process our spouses, it went from 26 months to 12 months. And that's just one of the many great changes that new Canadians actually have seen in our system, and that very much benefit not only our immigrants, but our economy both today and tomorrow. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to be able to join this debate on the budget implementation bill. I've seen many of these go through, and I can say that I'm really pleased with what I've seen in here. I think it's going to make a significant difference in the lives of all Canadians. So, as always, it's an honour to rise in the House today to speak about the Budget Implementation Act, Bill C-63. Our government is making intelligent investments that will have a direct impact on job creation and strengthening our economy, while at the same time creating opportunities for success for all Canadians. Our government is taking the right steps, as you will hear as I make my comments, to give all Canadians, including the middle class especially, a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to tell you about some of these investments and what I consider as the right steps. For example, the richest 1% of Canadians will be asked to pay a little more tax than others, so that we are better able to provide the middle class with some tax breaks that they very much need. Mr. Speaker, this tax cut has directly benefited 9 million Canadians, and that, Mr. Speaker, is something that we as Canadians will be proud of. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about the Canada Child Benefit. Canada Child Benefit has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And I know this for a fact because many of these children are in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. And I will tell you a bit about some of those stories. 2 weeks ago, I had the pleasure of hosting the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. And as we walked through Yorkgate Mall, we encountered a constituent who was expecting their first child. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister and I took this opportunity to explain the financial opportunities this new mother stood to gain from our government's new Canada Child Benefit. Speaker, this constituent, about to be a new mother for the first time, was overjoyed with a sense of relief to know that there would be financial help from the government, and she thanked us for making a difference in her life and the life of her baby. Mr. Speaker, I think it would be a good idea, though, to dig even deeper into the numbers with regards to how the Canada Child Benefit is helping ridings like mine and many others throughout Canada. As of July 2017, there were a total of 12,250 payments provided in the riding of Humber River Black Creek, which directly impacts more than 20,000 children. So 20,000 children are so much better off as a result of the Canada Child Benefit. Their mom has extra money to be able to invest in everything from winter clothes to be able to assist with maybe dancing lessons or piano lessons, things that they certainly couldn't do before. And with some families, frankly, is putting more food on the table with that money. The average payment to a family is $770, and families in my riding have already received a total of almost $1 million. That's $1 million more that's gone into the riding of Humber River Black Creek to help the single moms, the families, the children to have a better quality of life. That's all part of the Budget Implementation Act, and that's making a difference in their lives in that one riding. So you double that throughout our country and just think how much better off so many families are, so many children are. These are numbers that cannot be ignored, and they do make a significant difference. Mr. Speaker, it's stories like this that allow me to rise today and speak confidently that this bill will help make a positive difference for Canadian families. The investments our government has made in people, in our communities, and in our economy are working. Canada has the fastest growing economy in the G7, and we are reinvesting the benefits of that growth back into the people who contribute most to that success. Because of Canada's strong economic growth, our government's bottom line is better, and we can do even more to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. With lower taxes on small business, more support through the Canada Child Benefit, and an enhanced working income tax benefit will be enormous help. One of the things I've often heard from some of the parents or some of the families that come into my office is, well, if I go to work, I'm going to be worse off because everything I make will get clawed back. Well, with the working income tax benefit, we'll be helping those families so that they can go out and have a second job and not get penalized for it. When the Canada Child Benefit was first introduced in July of 2016, the extra money in parents' pockets had an immediate effect on consumer confidence and economic growth. Canada, as I said before, has the fastest growth in the G7, giving our government the flexibility to reinvest a lot of these benefits. With increasing the cost of living increases to the CCB starting in July of 2018, that's 2 years ahead of schedule. For a single parent of 2 children making $35,000, and I have a lot of them in my riding of Humber River Black Creek, a strengthened CCB will mean $560 more next year, tax-free, for books, skating lessons, or warm clothes for winter. The added confidence these increases bring to families is proven to have an immediate impact on economic growth. And because the economy is growing so well, we are allowing low-income workers, including families without children, and the growing number of single Canadians, to keep more hard-earned money from every paycheck by further enhancing the working income tax benefit by an additional $500 million per year starting in 2019. This enhancement is in addition to the $250 million annual increase that will come into effect as part of the enhancement of another program that the Liberals are making better, the Canada Pension Plan, to help people have a more secure retirement, something that's very much on the top of minds of a lot of people, given what has happened recently with Sears. We've seen what happened with Nortel previously, and these really shake the foundation for many people. Taken together, these two enhancements will boost the total amount our government spends on WITB by about 65% in 2019, increasing benefits and expanding the number of Canadians who qualify. Let's talk a little bit more about the cutting of the taxes to small businesses. Our government committed to reducing small business tax rate to 9% from 11%, which is a considerable amount for many of the small businesses that we want to see flourish and grow, effective January 1st, 2019, while ensuring that Canadian-controlled private corporation status is not used to reduce personal income tax obligation for high-income earners rather than supporting small businesses. This is about reinvesting money back into your business so your businesses will grow, you can hire additional people, and certainly do much better. So this means that up to $7,500 in federal corporate tax savings per year to help entrepreneurs and innovators do what they do best. Small businesses are a key driver of our economy and a cornerstone of communities across the country. As our plan works to grow the economy, small businesses see the benefits that grow with lower taxes. So as we continue to move forward, we want to ensure that the average Canadian has a good quality of life and that they can take opportunities that the government is trying to provide by tax advantages that clearly before only the richest individuals using high-priced accountants would be able to take advantage of. Instead, the government has listened to small business owners, professionals, farmers, and fishers, and we will move forward in a way that protects all of them, innovators and entrepreneurs as well. So as we lower taxes on small business, we are committed to ensuring low taxes support business growth and investment and not give personal tax advantages to the wealthy over the middle class. Mr. Speaker, we're doing very well. As I said earlier, the G7, we're the fastest growing in the G7. We got the lowest debt to GDP. Over 500,000 people in this last 2 years have got full-time, good jobs. The economy's great. Our country's doing very well, and I'm very happy to be supporting C-63 and hope that everyone in this House would realize the benefits to all Canadians by supporting it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank you for her speech, but also to congratulate my colleague on receiving the Maclean's Parliamentarian of the Year Award for being a mentor, and certainly well-deserved. However, on this particular issue, I'm not sure I want her mentoring anyone, because, Mr. Speaker, there were a number of things in her comments that she totally ignored. She ignored the fact that this budget will increase our debt. In fact, the interest costs alone will rise by $9 billion per year to $33 billion a year by 2021. She talked about not having personal tax advantages for the rich, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if she was including her finance minister and her prime minister in that. It doesn't seem like it from some of the questions that have come up. She talked about the small business tax cut, Mr. Speaker. Well, my colleague knows, and all of her colleagues know, that there's no way that would have happened were it not for the immense pressure put on them by the opposition and by hundreds of thousands of Canadians who rose up to protest the proposed tax changes that were going after so-called tax cheats. But because of pressure from the opposition and pressure from these Canadians who were going to be impacted negatively, they capitulated and they reduced the small business tax credit, which is a good thing. But to imply that they did it out of the goodness of their heart is a little rich, Mr. Speaker. But finally, my question relates to the infrastructure. She commented about the infrastructure that they're investing in, but the problem is they're not talking about where the infrastructure is being invested in. And it's in Asia, Mr. Speaker. Nearly $500 million, almost $500 million being invested in the Asia Infrastructure Bank, with Canada will have about a 1% say in where that money is invested. So we know, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure investments they're making are not going to be benefiting Canadians, but they're going to cost Canadians all kinds of money. How can she really honestly support that kind of spending? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Humber River, Black Creek.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his supportive comments as well. But, you know, investing in infrastructure is a fabulous way of creating jobs, creating wealth, and helping to grow the economy. Over $36 billion in projects have already been announced and are underway through our infrastructure. And then by investing in both the Asian Infrastructure Bank, but our own infrastructure bank will provide lots of opportunity for the bridges, and so much of our basic sewers, so many things throughout our country that have been neglected for many years by many governments. Now we're going to have an opportunity for that investment into the infrastructure that keeps our cities strong, that they clearly don't have the money to do. and so they were allowing many bridges and roads to be collapsing. This money now will be into ensuring that we are building a strong Canada and that it will stay very effective and attractive to many other people to come and live and invest.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I think on this side we are certainly welcoming some of the changes proposed to the Canada Labour Code that prohibit unpaid internships except if they're educational, and providing some flexibility within the workplace for people to take important leaves. I just want to draw to her attention that one of the leaves I find problematic, and that is the unpaid leaves for domestic for those victims of domestic violence. And I just want to point out to her the issues that may be a barrier to victims actually accessing that leave, and that is because it's unpaid, it will put victims in a vulnerable state within domestic relationships where there's one partner is controlling the other economically, and coming home with a paycheck that is less than what it should be could actually put the family and that individual into harm's way. So I encourage her to support looking at this particular part and being open to amendments at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek, in 45 seconds or less.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that one of the best parts of this Budget Implementation Act is this whole issue about flexible work arrangements. We've got to recognize that we are in the 21st century. Many women are working. Many families experience pain and difficulty together and need to find ways that their employers can give them the help that they need. Certainly my colleague raises a very good point, but as with everything, you've got to get started. You've got to start to introduce change. And as we go forward at committee, I'm sure there will be a variety of amendments that will be costed out. But I think the flexible work arrangements are something that's moving us into a much more positive way throughout Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I want to talk about today with regards to the Budget Implementation Act is just sort of the climate around investment these days, because some of the measures that this government has proposed. And I think it's important to understand that, while government can create jobs through programs and a number of different things, it's ultimately entrepreneurs that create the work, create the employment, create the wealth in this country. And the reason I say that is because I think one of the things this government fails to understand, or one of the challenges that it's had over the last little while, is the uncertainty that small businesses face. Now, certainly there's a number of issues, a number of things that they are trying to do in terms of stimulating the country, universal child benefit, some of these things that obviously will make families better off, and I don't think we have a problem with that. The challenge we have is the instability of what entrepreneurs face. And let me give you an example. While we were in government, there was a number of things that we did that I felt were important to try and encourage entrepreneurs to start business. I used this acronym called TIRE. And the reason I used that was because it was a multi-pronged approach. We did lower corporate taxes to one of the lowest in the G7, from down to 25%. And I think that one of the things that needs to be pointed out is that you can say, okay, great, we lowered corporate taxes, what does that do? Well, that really, what I believe, was just one thing in a number of issues that we did that I think was important in order to create the certainty for entrepreneurs to be able to flourish. Let me talk about it. The TIRE, the acronym stands for, the T stands for taxes and trade. So one of the things that we did do was that we lowered taxes for corporations. What we thought, we want to increase investment in Canada, we want to create a favorable environment, then let's reduce taxes and get other corporations and individuals to invest here. The second thing is that we did was trade. We worked on the CETA deal. That was one of the things that we drove, one of the things that we got pretty much to the finish line. I need to say that it's nice to see the Liberals finish that and completed that. But we were there, we had it done, we negotiated over the 4 years that we were in government. The second one was TPP. another agreement that we were working on and that we had actually signed and we're waiting for ratification on. And why this is important is because Canadians with 35 million people can't possibly sell their goods to each other. We're definitely a trading nation. These are important things. We count very heavily on the U.S. That number used to be 85, 90%. I realize now it's down to 75%, but we need to create other opportunities. And so this is one of the reasons why we worked on trade along with taxes. The I in TIRE is infrastructure investments in immigration reform, which were things that we worked on. We spent major amounts of money on infrastructure across this country, and I might say that we got it out in record time. Now, this government has also promised infrastructure money, but we haven't seen a whole lot in the first 2 years. And there's always some concern with $500 million going to the Asia Infrastructure Bank. When we see that the budget officer has said that there's been over almost $2 billion that has gone unspent at this point in time. The R stands for research and development and red tape reduction. So if you look at the R&D, we continue to spend money in R&D. This government also has committed to R&D money, and these are good things, but sometimes it misses the mark. And, you know, I know that we've talked about superclusters as something that's important. My challenge is that as a small business person, it's very hard to access those things. And most of the businesses in this country are actually small businesses. Now, while superclusters are probably, there's nothing wrong with the concept, the challenge is that money needs to go to entrepreneurs and small businesses. And one of the things that we hear from entrepreneurs all the time is that it's always difficult to raise capital. And if we look at some of these things, what happens, that always seems to be the #1 issue. We look at places like San Francisco and Silicon Valley, we look at Boston, we look at Israel, a number of these places around the world where there is great entrepreneurship going on. And what happens there is a lot of time Canadian companies have to actually go south of the border to raise money for second rounds, third rounds, VC rounds, these kinds of things. So these are some of the things that we are challenged with. And so as you look at R&D, absolutely important. There's a number of programs that the government has. SHRED is one of them, and there's a few others that are effective and are helpful. I sat on the red tape reduction round committee. We traveled the country, and this was another permanent thing that frustrates entrepreneurs to no end. And we've got to find ways to continue. And one of the things that we implemented was a 1-for-1 rule, where we would actually, if a new reg was introduced, we'd actually reduce a reg. Now, one of the challenges is, as a federal government, we obviously regulate a number of areas, but then you've got provincial jurisdiction, and then you've got municipal jurisdiction. And each of these add a layer to entrepreneurs in terms of making it difficult for them to get started. The last thing, the E in TIRE, was entrepreneurship in the economy. One of the things that I always tell people when I talk to them about business is I said, there's a whole suite of things that we need to do in order to encourage entrepreneurship in this country. Right now, you know, there are obviously a number of incubators and accelerators. We're obviously familiar with Comitech in Waterloo that does an amazing job. There are a number of other incubators and accelerators across this country. I always wonder, you know, wouldn't it make sense as we move forward if we'd encourage colleges and universities to look at making that part of their mandate? Now, I realize that's not always possible, but I think if we're going to teach entrepreneurship, we're going to talk to people about starting businesses, we also got to give them a place to actually help hone their craft. And one of the things that's helpful with incubators is obviously that you have sometimes access to capital and money. You also have mentors, and you also have an environment where you have a chance to work and sort of feed off of what's going on with other individuals. And I know that as I visited places in Silicon Valley, a number of incubators, one of the things that's amazing is this whole issue of like-mindedness and the fact that people could come together, share their ideas, they've access to capital, they've got access to those other things. And I think that's one of the things we struggle with in this country is that we do not have a culture of entrepreneurship. I talk to students all the time, and when I'm talking to them, I say, listen, what do you think you're going to do? And these are people taking business programs, and they tell me, they said, you know what, as a matter of fact, I think once we get our MBA, one of the things we want to do is we want to work for a big company. Now, there is nothing wrong for working for a big company, but one of the challenges that we have in this country is that we don't have enough people willing to start businesses and be entrepreneurial. And so as I look at these things that we worked on as a government, TIRE, taxes, trade, the I is for infrastructure investments, immigration reform, which is trying to help businesses bring the people they need. The R was R&D and red tape reduction, and then, of course, the entrepreneurship in the economy. One of the things that's been challenged with the latest implementation or the thought process of taxes and taxation has been the uncertainty that's created for small businesses. I have had literally all kinds of phone calls coming to my office saying, "Listen, we're not happy and we're not sure we want to do what we're going to do." I co-hosted a roundtable here on Parliament Hill as the co-chair of the Entrepreneur Caucus with my colleagues, where they had the CFIB and a number of individuals. We had a high net worth accountant that represents a lot of money, and he says that since this has happened, over $1 billion has gone south of the border. Now, these are not, you're never going to see a press release sent out saying, "Hey, I was going to invest in Canada and this is not going to happen now." Money is fluid and it can move in different directions. And I think, quite frankly, when there is uncertainty, it makes it a challenge. I want to just, because I've only got 2 minutes left, I also want to talk about the unintended consequences of some of the proposed tax changes. Remember, this is tax changes that in previous years under the Carter Commission took 4 years to look at and then another 6 years to implement. So over a decade, this was something that was done in less than 75 days in the middle of the summer. Doctors are another one of these people that were actually singled out as not paying their fair share. I had an individual in my office that lives in my riding but has a practice in Welland. And what she said is she's a dermatologist, her husband's an orthopedic surgeon, and feels totally vilified at what's going on here. Her and her husband have over $400,000 in debt. They have over another $100,000 for her to set up her practice in Welland. And what she says, if things don't change, that in 2 years when her lease runs out, she will be moving south of the border. I'm not saying, Mr. Speaker, every doctor is leaving. I am not saying that at all as far as that goes. But there are certainly individuals out there that don't feel like the hard work and the time they put in is going to be rewarded. And so as I look at some of the budget implementation, I see large deficits. Deficits are for a time when the economy is not doing that well. And right now the economy has been doing relatively well. And so what happens if we continue to spend all this money for the rainy day? So here we are with our growth has been better than average, or maybe better than expected. But I believe that on the horizon, we see less than 2% growth. As a matter of fact, 1% and change over the next couple of years. And so if you stack up some of the things that are going on here, the uncertainty with the tax proposals, the fact remains that it's still hard for entrepreneurs to access money. And then we look at taxing their passive income. This makes it very discouraging for people that are trying to grow the economy, trying to create jobs, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, are trying to help Canada grow as a nation. And so I would just encourage my friends on the other side of the House to reconsider what they're looking at and where they're going with these tax changes and where they're going with their deficit, because there's going to be lasting and long-term results as a result of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thanks to the honourable member across the way for his intervention today and for giving us the letters TIRE to consider and to remember the points that he's giving. It always helps when you're in a presentation to have something to refer to. But my question is whether the TIRE was flat or not, and whether maybe we didn't get economic growth with $150 billion in increased debt in the country. And our strategy of investing in the middle class seems to be getting the growth that the previous government didn't get by giving tax breaks to the wealthy. So could he comment on maybe the different strategies that are being used by the member across the way's party and our party? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Niagara West.
Now, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. I can assure you that the tires were full. We were running on all 4 tires. Everything was working well. You know, you look at what happened with the great economic downturn in 2008. It was Canada that actually did better than any country in the G7. It was Canada that led the way in growth. And while other countries had this huge fall, we continued to maintain. Yes, we spent money. It was the opposition that said we needed to spend more. And we spent what we felt was important at the time to get the economy back on track. And I would say that we've got to be very careful looking at this quarter. Things are well, but I believe there's huge troubles on the horizon. We have mortgage rates that are going to change in 2000 because in January, where they're going to raise the benchmark by over 2% to qualify for first-time home buyers or for home buyers in general. And that's going to mean that over less than 75% of what they qualified for in 2017 is not going to be there. So there's a whole bunch of these small cuts that are happening, and I would encourage the members to be cautious, because as we move forward into 2018 and 2019, I really believe there's storm clouds on the horizon.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. The speech about the Budget Implementation Act. He spoke a lot about companies and small business owners. When I meet with small business owners in my riding, they often talk to me about an injustice that exists, and that is credit card fees. There are some companies that pay huge sums of money to credit card companies. There are businesses that have to pay, small businesses that have to pay over $200,000 a year to credit card companies. So I'd like to know if this is a concern in his riding. When he speaks to small and medium-sized business owners, I'd like to know if they talk about the fact that the government hasn't taken action to deal with this credit card issue.
For Niagara West.
I thank my colleague for the question. And certainly one of the things that I pay attention to on a regular basis are the surveys that come out from CFIB. And certainly the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, which has got members all across this country, has a great pulse on what is going on in the small business world, small, medium-sized businesses. And one of the things that continues to come up is credit card fees for CFIB. And so to the member, I would absolutely say that this is an issue that continues to come up time and time again as an issue of concern. And it's one of the things that we looked at when we were in government, and one of the things that I believe that there's still more work that we can do.
Conformément à l'article.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia, Indigenous Affairs. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, National Defence, and the honourable member for Langley, Aldergrove, Taxation. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for having this debate in the House tonight. The government bringing forward Budget 2017 and now Bill C-63. You know, the government's actions are in line and directly support the 4 initiatives of the Guelph-Wellington Poverty Elimination Task Force, looking at the 4 areas of income inequality, affordable housing, food insecurity, and health inequities. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's an old African proverb that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. This government knows that working together with others and other orders of government is crucial. In fact, the whole of government approach is the way forward. On the first point of income inequality, the goal of the Guelph-Wellington Poverty Elimination Task Force has the income, resources, and opportunities to fully participate in the community for all members of the community. Mr. Speaker, 70% of people in poverty are currently working. According to Statistics Canada, Canada is one of the highest proportions of low-paid workers among similarly industrialized countries. The government believes that the working income tax benefit can do much more to improve the financial security of low-income working Canadians, and to this end, the 2017 Fall Economic Statement, the government is announcing its intention to further enhance the working income tax benefit by $500 million a year starting in 2019. The Maximum Canada Pension Plan retirement benefits for workers will also be increasing over time by 50%. The government's increased the guaranteed income supplement payments to seniors by up to $947 a year, and this is going to help 900,000 low-income seniors, 70% of whom are women. The Canada Child Benefit has helped to stimulate the economy, and our economy is growing at 3.7%, leading the G7, and we've created more than 500,000 jobs since it was introduced. 12,000 families, or 24,000 kids in my riding, receive a total of $8 million per month tax-free. This is an enormous boost to the Guelph economy. The Budget Implementation Act will now index these funds 2 years ahead of schedule due to the strong growth that we have in our economy. The economic opportunity is the best way to address income inequality. This legislation will take the next steps for our Innovation and Skills Plan, an agenda that focuses on people and addresses the changing nature of the economy to ensure that it works for all Canadians. This bill, Bill C-63, will enact several key parts of our plan, including $600 million in new financing for clean technology firms and $400 million to put in place the Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative. The second point that the Poverty Elimination Task Force is looking at is affordable housing, with the goal that everyone in Guelph and Wellington can find and maintain an appropriate, safe, and affordable place to call home. The government will invest more than $11.2 billion over 11 years through the National Housing Strategy to provide low-income Canadians with improved access to adequate and affordable housing. And Mr. Speaker, this is the most significant investment in housing that's ever been made in the history of Canada. Through the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, the government will also offer more than $2.5 billion over the next 4 years in low-cost loans to support the construction of new rental housing to help increase the supply of rental housing. Budget 2017 also proposes a total investment of $2.1 billion over the next 11 years to expand and extend funding for the homelessness partnering strategy beyond 2018 and 2019. Our national housing strategy will be announced over the next few weeks, and we'll be meeting with members of the Guelph-Wellington Poverty Elimination Task Force to discuss implementations for Guelph and how we can work together. The third bullet point for them is food insecurity. Everyone has to have access to affordable and healthy food in a dignified manner. We have a shared objective federally. In fact, the Agriculture Committee that I sit on has repeatedly heard from witnesses on the food policy, addressing the nutritional food Canada needs to focus on, and working with partners like food banks to reduce food waste and to improve food distribution within our communities. The Canada Child Benefit has been mentioned a lot today. It's helped lift 300,000 children out of poverty, and thanks to this benefit, by the end of this year, it's estimated that child poverty will have been reduced by 40% from where it was in 2013. For a single parent with 2 children and $35,000 of income, the acceleration of the Canada Child Benefit will contribute $560 towards increasing the increasing costs of feeding children. This increase means more nutritious food for lower-income children and families, allowing for a more engaged and active student population in our schools. To address food insecurity within Indigenous communities, they need employment opportunities. Budget 2017 invests $50 million to the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy, providing knowledge that the Indigenous peoples need to sustain themselves and to build their communities. And finally, health inequities. Everyone in Guelph and Wellington has to have access to affordable health services. No, Mr. Speaker, drug prices in Canada are among the highest in the world. Patented drug prices in Canada are 17 to 37% higher than those in France, Italy, the UK, Australia, Spain, and Netherlands, and New Zealand. Canada's generic drug prices are also comparatively high. We've heard from Canadians about the need for improved access to prescription medications and lower drug prices. Through Budget 2017, we're investing over $140 million over 5 years to help improve access to pharmaceuticals and to support innovations within the healthcare system, but we know there's a lot more to do. But Mr. Speaker, you might be wondering how these two policies, the federal and our municipal policies, are so well aligned, and how can this happen? In truth, if a government believes in the whole of government approach in serving their people, There can be no other way. Our government understands the needs of our communities, both large and small, from coast to coast to coast, and it's prepared to offer our communities what they need to realize their goals. The results of the past 2 years justify the trust Canadians placed in this government in the 2015 election. We promised we would work together, and we are. I'm confident that the measures placed in the Budget 2017 and the Budget Implementation Act will continue this positive trend, build our communities, help the most vulnerable, and have a successful economy together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's something that I heard that I actually find quite concerning, because I've had some telephone calls come into my office, and of course, as you know, I'm focused on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs file, and the calls that have come in are people expressing significant concern. What they're saying is, how can this government spend $500 million on infrastructure in Asia through the Chinese Investment Bank when we have so many desperate needs at home? They say, how is this government putting heated trailers at the border for people when we're up in the north and we have people that are freezing? So when he says that they're taking care of vulnerable people, I would like him to give an answer that says, how is spending $500 million providing infrastructure in Asia or backstopping investors in Asia, helping those people in the north, like their communications advisor suggested?
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when we participate in international activities such as the Infrastructure Bank, and we are setting up an infrastructure bank within Canada to also attract international investment, it really makes us participate in investing in world development, both in Canada and abroad. We'll be looking at significant investments in infrastructure that Canadians won't be paying for by themselves, to be paying for in partnership with other countries, similar to what we're going to be doing in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, recently in my riding, I had the wonderful opportunity of meeting with several doctors. And, you know, as a representative of North Island Powell River, one of the things that is a huge challenge for us is attracting healthcare professionals to our region. And what they talked to me about was their concerns around the impacts to these types of communities around the small business tax. And one of the things that I think is really important for this House and this Prime Minister to hear is how hurt these doctors were by the fact that the comments from the Prime Minister about those rich doctors, and how much of a ramification that's been in their offices, where people have come in from the community to chastise them for this. So what I really notice is missing from this bill is nothing to do with looking at tax fairness across the board. What I see is a focus on small business and not looking at those significant tax loopholes that the very wealthy are using every day to not pay their fair share. So I'm asking the member through you, Mr. Speaker, what his thoughts are on this specific issue and how those impacts are meaningful in the communities like I represent.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from North Island, Powell River, for her question. And it really does look at look towards how do we work as a country together. The physicians serve our communities in so many ways, and they give so much to our community. How do we make sure that our communities are there for them when they need them as well? And when we look at changing our tax fairness and tax inequities in our system, we'll be helping their patients develop communities, increase the economy, and help them to continue to contribute what they contribute to Canada in such a great way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
People in Guelph know how diligently my colleague works on the innovation file. I've had the pleasure of working with him on a number of initiatives, and as a chair of a subcommittee on innovation through our Atlantic Growth Strategy, I've discovered a lot of opportunities that are available to Atlantic Canadians. I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about how our focus on innovation is helping companies, entrepreneurs, and people in his community thrive in this growing economy.
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague. And I almost never have a conversation without innovation coming in some way, so I appreciate him coming at it from this angle, where innovation in Guelph and innovation elsewhere includes social innovation. And I think what we've seen through the investments that the government is making is social innovation that's contributing to our economy, contributing to our environment, and developing social benefit for all Canadians. So I thank the honourable member for his focus on innovation, and social innovation is a very important part of our strategy going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured today to participate in the debate on Bill C-63, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures. So I am speaking to strongly oppose Bill C-63, and I'd just like to take a few minutes because on Sunday there were some municipal elections held in Quebec, and I represent 37 municipalities in my riding. It's quite a large territory, 3,200 kilometers squared, and I'd like to commend everyone who ran and all of those who were elected, because it's important to have good collaboration with these municipal representatives. So I'm very eager to work with them. And there were many more women mayors who were elected. So I think that's really good news. It's excellent news. So in my speech today, I'm going to address a few things. Things that are not part of the bill tabled by the Liberal government, but that should have been. The fact that the government is not tackling credit card fees. The fact that even recently the government yet again refused to work with us and with the provinces to put in place a universal pharmacare plan. I also wanted to mention the fact that the government is refusing to facilitate intergenerational family farm transfers. It's not championing tax fairness either. But I'm especially going to talk about employment insurance. I'm going to talk about the situation with credit card fees. So credit card fees represent tens of thousands of dollars for Canadian merchants. It is the largest expense after salaries of small businesses in retail. They represent over 50% of the Canadian economy. And for example, in my riding, there's Le Moine HoC, which is a service station in St. Boniface. In credit card fees for transactions, they have to pay some $30,000 per year. And so that's very expensive. Currently, when Canadian SMEs are paying credit card transaction fees that are the highest in the world, it is high time that the Liberal government fall into step with other countries such as the EU and Australia, which have also all capped those fees at 0.5% or less. So for small business people, I would say that this is a measure that should have been put in place by the Liberal government already. We would really have liked to have seen progress on this front, and we would have liked to see the government stand up for small business people here in Canada. Another example, there's an owner of a supermarket in Laval. This business owner spends close to $200,000 in credit card fees. So I think that the government really needs to act to better supervise credit card fees. Recently, last month, in fact, we in the NDP used one of our opposition days to bring forward a debate in the House of Commons on the importance of having a universal pharmacare program. The riding that I present has an aging population, and so we've got healthcare issues, and those are very dear to my heart. There was this debate in the House of Commons, and unfortunately the Liberal government decided to vote against our motion. On that day, I had a group of women from St. Gabriel de Browndon and another one from Louisville. So these women groups came to participate. They came and watched the question period. They met with a number of members of parliament. And those women from my riding who came here on that day during our opposition day, when we were debating this motion, really wanted to see a universal pharmacare plan put in place, and they just couldn't believe that the government was going to vote against such a measure because sadly it happens very often that fees to purchase those drugs and medications rise every year, and the people that I represent thought that it was a step in the right direction to reduce fees for drug insurance. And they were really frustrated to see that there was no action and no will on the part of the Liberal government to put this in place. So I would really have liked to see something in the budget for this, not just me, but all of the NDP, but once again, total inaction on the part of the Liberals. I have the honor of being the agriculture and agri-food for agriculture. And I've been sitting on the corresponding committee since 2012. So everything that has to do with family farm transfers and fishing businesses is very important. We know that Canada has an aging population. There's a problem with handing down these family farms and fishing businesses because there's a problem with the next generation. And my colleague from Témiscouata, Nejette Lebasque, also put forward a private member's bill on the intergeneration of transfer of family farms. And once again, the Liberal government voted against it. It didn't even make it to committee, so we could have debated it. So really, the Liberal government is not doing very much to help the next generation of farmers in Canada. Another thing I'd like to address is employment insurance. I represent a rural riding. And so there are a great many workers in the seasonal industry, and those people really depend heavily on our EI system. And unfortunately, those people do not necessarily have access to EI benefits. And in the budget, we saw no change or modification or support to ensure that seasonal workers do have access to employment insurance benefits. Right now, there are 15,000 Canadians who are in a black hole, and we have to talk about this black hole because during the election campaign, the Liberal Party said they promised to fix that problem. They promised to ensure that those people in the black hole would be able to finally access benefits. So there were very slight changes made, but the Liberal government never really conducted a comprehensive EI reform to ensure that these seasonal workers have more access to their EI benefits. These people work in the farm industry, they work in fishing, forestry, tourism, and we know that those are extremely important sectors in the Canadian economy, so the workers therein need to be supported. The Unemployed Advocates Council in Quebec has accused the Liberal government of not having reformed the EI system. We're talking about 44% of Canadians who will not be entitled to collect EI benefits. So that's a lot of Canadians and Quebecers who need to see the EI system overhauled to ensure that when they are in need, they will have access to benefits that they are entitled to. So we had high hopes of seeing progress in terms of reducing inequalities. We know that there was a special committee that was struck to talk about pay equity. There was even a report, it's time to act, and the government pledged to act. Not today, not in a month, not in a year. They said that they would table a bill for pay equity to ensure that women receive equal pay for equal work, as men do. But but they said they wouldn't table this bill until the end of 2018. I just can't understand why is the government hesitating? Why is the government delaying the introduction of a bill that would solve inequalities in our society? We're in 2017, Mr. Speaker, and the government says that it's a feminist government, but they really have to walk the talk. They need to see that bill as quickly as possible. There are a number of things missing from this budget. The government always says we can do better.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Miramichi.
Honorable member from Miramichi-Grand Lac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé for her speech. She also sits on our Agriculture Committee, and I'd like to thank her for her excellent work. But if we look at our budget, since we came to power, people always have long lists of things they'd like to see in the budget. And you're right, there's still work to be done. But if we look at the Canada Child Benefit that we increased, I think that's a good thing. What about income security for seniors? We increased that as well. We dropped the retirement age from 67 to 65. And in terms of farmers, we gave them a budget of $250 million and $100 million to processors. So I think that those are achievements that we can boast about for over the past 2 years. So will my colleague across the way acknowledge that our government has been very active and that, yes, we've got work to do, remain to be done, but there are good things we've done. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We have to realize something. We've got a Liberal government, a majority government that has reached the halfway mark in its term. Sure, they've done things, and they've put in place positive measures. I do acknowledge that, and we commend them and thank them for some of those things. But there are still many things that this government has promised, and 2 years have gone by already, and I think that Canadians expected more. We really need to reduce tax inequality. Both of us sit on the Standing Committee on Agriculture. Everyone who comes before that committee talks to us about that. All the witnesses tell us how important it is to solve the inequalities in terms of taxes with regard to family farm transfers. And that is something that the Liberal government should have done and could have done. It could have been in this year's budget. We would have liked at least to have seen our private members' bill get to committee. So there are a number of measures that we like that the government has done, but it has to do better. Canadians expect more.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very thorough listing of measures that ordinary families are waiting for. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the government feels they have a lot of money to spend. They're going to send hundreds of millions of dollars over to China to develop infrastructure around the world. And yet they can't seem to find the time or money or the heart to provide pharmacare. They can't seem to find the heart to agree on a bill. They say all the time, we're all in this together, and yet every single private member's bill that we table, every motion, they vote against. And that includes, frankly, calls for a right to housing, right to affordable housing, the right to be able to afford your medicines so you don't have to decide whether or not you're going to pay your rent or buy your medicines. I'm wondering if the member could speak to the fact there are a lot of working families, a lot of people trying to get into the middle class that are not benefiting yet from this government.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
Canadians had a lot of high hopes, in 2015. They threw their trust, their confidence in a Liberal government. They did a great campaign. But I think they're starting to realize, hey, they're not getting what they thought they would get out of the government. Before being elected, I worked quite a few jobs to try to make ends meet. A lot of constituents in my riding work really hard, and they still do not make ends meet. In Quebec, we have a great system where we have affordable childcare. It was a promise that the government would work and develop affordable childcare. We're not there yet. They have created no new childcare spaces. Pay equity. They realize they have to act, but they keep pushing it back. Why do women have to wait for pay equality? It doesn't make sense. This government says it's feminist, but show us, where's the bill? Why do we have to wait? Why do women have to wait? So I think Canadians are getting disappointed, they're getting frustrated, and that's why we are voting against C-63.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To stand and speak on behalf of the people of Fredericton, the riding that I have the pleasure to represent, to talk about Bill C-63, Implementation Act number 2, which will help us conclude our budgetary measures for 2017.
Mr. Speaker, this bill includes a number of major measures provided for in our second budget, that bolsters our plan to create jobs, stimulate the economy, and offer more opportunities for success to Canadians.
Our government has accomplished a great deal, and I hear from people in Fredericton, Oromocto, New Maryland, and the Grand Lake region that they like what we're doing. They like the tax cut for the middle class. They like that we've enhanced the Canada Child Benefit, lowered the eligibility age for old age pension to 65 from 67, and expanded old age security for low-income seniors. Because of this government's efforts to ease the burden on our middle class, 9 million Canadians are now paying less tax. This tax cut provides about $3.4 billion in annual tax relief to the middle class. Single individuals who benefit will see an average tax reduction of $330 every year, and couples that benefit will see an average tax reduction of $540. To help pay for this middle class tax cut, we raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. We've also decreased small business taxes from 11% to 10.5%, and it will drop even further, down to 10% on January 1st, and then down again to 9% by 2019. In the fall economic update, the government announced another enhancement to the Canada Child Benefit. Because of this change, an average Canadian family with 2 children will see about $200 more in the Canada Child Benefit payments next year, and about $500 more in 2019. In New Brunswick, this amounts to 71,000 recipients with a total investment of $499 million. The Canada-New Brunswick Early Learning and Childcare Agreement signed in August will see the federal government invest close to $30 million in improving early learning and childcare for preschool-aged children. By the end of the 3-year agreement, this funding will build a high-quality early learning and childcare system that New Brunswick families can rely on. And while I'm on the subject of supporting families, Mr. Speaker, let me remind the House that Fredericton welcomed more than 500 Syrian refugees, more per capita than any city in Canada. With an aging population, 1/3 of which that is expected to be over the age of 65 by the 2030s, support for New Brunswick seniors is essential. During our first year in government, we restored the eligibility age for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement back to 65. We increased the GIS top-up benefit for single seniors by up to $947 per year. We enhanced the Canada Pension Plan as well. Budget 2017 further ensures that seniors continue to receive the support they deserve by committing $125.1 million to improve home care for seniors in New Brunswick. Over the next 11 years, we will invest $3.2 billion to support affordable housing priorities, including initiatives to support safe and independent living for seniors. De plus,
in addition, during these 11 years, we will be investing another $5 billion to create the National Housing Fund, which will help seniors and all Canadians who are the most vulnerable.
The ideal place to roll out bold, and transformative approaches that will enable healthy aging. The federal government's $16.6 million investment in the University of New Brunswick's Centre for Healthy Living is an excellent example of this. AgeWell, Canada's technology and aging network, recently partnered with the New Brunswick Health Research Foundation and Fredericton's York Care Centre to open a new national innovation hub in Fredericton. AgeWell
is a network of excellence centers that is funded by the federal government and that accelerates innovation in the domain of technology, aging technology, in the interest of all Canadians.
Will enable seniors to live longer, healthier lives in their own homes and reduce financial and administrative burdens on our already overstretched healthcare system. As chair of the Atlantic Growth Strategy Subcommittee on Innovation, I can assure the House, Mr. Speaker, that the federal government is committed to empowering Atlantic Canadian entrepreneurs through innovation. Under the Atlantic Growth Strategy, the government is taking bold action to create more middle-class jobs, strengthen local communities, and grow the economy. The AGS will enhance and enrich Atlantic Canada's innovation ecosystem.
Recently designated Community of the Year for startup businesses in Canada, Fredericton built itself a well-deserved reputation as an entrepreneurial centre and an innovation hub. With the essential role that UNB plays, the innovation ecosystem of the city attracts a greater number of creative entrepreneurs.
Speaker, in this, our 150th year of Confederation, as we prepare to once again take on a more active and dynamic role in the world, we are committed to the vision of Canada's new defence policy. To meet this commitment, the federal government is investing in an agile, multi-purpose, combat-ready military operated by highly trained and well-equipped women and men. Over the next 10 years, defence spending will increase by more than 70%, which means that 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown, Canada's second largest military base and home of Canada's Army, will take on an even bigger role as an economic generator in our local economy. Earlier this year, I took part in a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new tactical armoured patrol vehicle facility, a $26 million investment by this federal government. When you add this $26 million investment to the $38 million investment in critical infrastructure upgrades at Base Gagetown last year, you get a clearer picture of just how big an economic generator Base Gagetown is to the Fredericton region and to all of New Brunswick. Certainement, ces investissements dans...
These investments in infrastructure are certainly important. But the federal government's investments in the Canadian forces are even more significant.
January 1, all troops deployed on international operations have been exempt from federal income tax on their CAF salary up to a pay level of Lieutenant Colonel. This is in addition to existing allowances that compensate for hardship and risk. Other investments include $198.2 million over the next 10 years to implement a new total health and wellness strategy, providing a greater range of health and wellness services and programs. There's also an increase of $6 million per year to modernize family support programs, such as military family resource centers and a new 1,200-person Canadian Armed Forces transition group that will help CAF members and their families transition back into CAF following illness or injury or into civilian life at the conclusion of their military service. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2017 continues to improve veterans' lives by focusing on three important themes: ensuring the financial security for ill and injured veterans, investing in education and career development to help veterans transitioning into post-military life, and supporting families. In this, the 150th anniversary of Canada's Confederation, and with Remembrance Day just a few days away, I want to underscore the sacrifices that our women and men in uniform have made in service of our country. We are here because of them, and we will remember them. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks and especially his closing remarks. Certainly on this side, we all agree that we could do no greater activity this coming weekend than to take time at many different events in our ridings to pay tribute to the men and women in uniform who have fought and lived for the very values that we hold dear. So I want to thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, during his comments, he talked about entrepreneurship and innovation hubs and all of that sort of thing, which we certainly applaud on this side. I'm blessed to have in my riding Communitech, which is an incubator that is known worldwide, and certainly applaud the work they do. But Mr. Speaker, it's not good enough to encourage innovation in these incubators, get people excited about projects that they've developed for the use by Canadians, and then to have repressive policies placed on them that actually makes it hard or almost impossible for them to actually start that business that they've invested so much energy in. And Mr. Speaker, recently this summer, on July the 18th, we had this proposal to change the tax system for small and medium-sized enterprises to so-called go after the tax cheats. And I've spoken to people in my riding who currently have small businesses, have created their own enterprise, and even though it's already created, they're actually thinking of moving it south of the border because of the repressive tax scheme we have here. So my question is, if a company that's already here in Canada finds it impossible to continue operating under this scheme, how in the world would it be possible for a fledgling startup company that hasn't even got its own business started yet to actually put roots in the ground and establish that business, create jobs here in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look very much forward to being downtown Fredericton at the Cenotaph on Saturday, and my thoughts will be with people in Oromocto at their ceremony, in New Maryland, at Barker's Point, in the Grand Lake region, and also my thoughts are with those who are holding Remembrance Day ceremonies while I'm here in Ottawa this week. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that Fredericton was recently named Canada's entrepreneurship startup capital. We are home to UNB, Canada's most entrepreneurial university, with incubators such as Planet Hatch, with incubators like Energia, which this government supported in its launch. We have focused clusters on cybersecurity, on green energy, and on smart grid growth. The Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, through the Atlantic Growth Strategy, is focused on supporting the startup and life cycle of entrepreneurs in our community through supporting them in innovative new processes. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I said in my speech, we are lowering the small business tax burden from 11 to 9%. Mr. Speaker, this government will always be there for small businesses right across the country, but finally, after 10 years, small businesses in Atlantic Canada can count on this government's support as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Fredericton for his speech. I want to share with him how much I appreciate his city. In 9/11, I was stranded in Fredericton when the towers came down, and Fredericton was very kind to all of us who were in an international meeting. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to put a question to the honourable member who spoke at the beginning about global cooperation, work of this federal government on climate change and clean energy. And what's troubling, Mr. Speaker, to me is there's several things missing from this budget. One is just a tiny inkling of a measure to begin bringing down the $5 to $6 billion perverse subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, which Canada has committed to bring down expeditiously. Secondly, regrettably, there's nothing in this budget, which is one of the big topics happening at COP22, which is happening as we speak, and that is a just transition and providing capacity building. And Canada signed on to the Paris Agreement, and in there, Canada has committed to contributing towards capacity building. So I wonder if you could speak to why he thinks his government has not stepped forward to support the provinces in building capacity for those workers who would like to get into the renewable sector.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
I appreciate my colleagues' comments about the generosity of people in Fredericton. It's certainly been my experience over over the course of my life. Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure of traveling abroad and witnessing firsthand the impact that our contributions through the Global Climate Fund, through other infrastructure development banks are having in places like the South Pacific that are losing coastline. Canada is a leading contributor in helping with coastal degradation and renewal projects. We are a leading contributor through those multilateral funds. We also have local initiative funds that are putting people on the ground in these developing countries to work to help tackle climate change matters.
Reprise du débat,
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really a pleasure for me to rise in this place to talk about the Liberal government's economic update, who, at mid-mandate, the Liberals seem to be celebrating, whereas tabling their update has everything in it to make us worried. This Liberal government seems to be undermining those that it claims to want to help. Is it possible that the measures announced are nothing but a smokescreen? I think that's a legitimate question. It should be asked. Scandals like the Paradise Papers seem to be revealing just that. Rather than helping the middle class, people who create jobs, or the most vulnerable, such as diabetics, it seems that they're just closing their eyes on the bad behavior Liberals. They really should be looking at what's happening in their own house. The Fraser Institute's report revealed that over 80% of middle-class families now pay more taxes under the Liberal era over the last 2 years than the previous Conservative government. That's an average of $840 more for every family. The Liberals tell us all, don't worry, that the economy is growing. And yet we know that the economy is growing in spite of the Liberals and not thanks to them. Measures taken now by the Liberal government will have an impact in a few years only. The resulting growth that we're seeing now is a direct result of the efforts of the Conservative government and the measures they implemented. The Liberals are going to borrow $20 billion this year to fund their expenditures. That's in line with what they borrowed the first year they were in power. The Liberals tell us, don't worry, that the budgets will balance as though by magic. When? We don't know. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that by announcing a $20 billion deficit again this year, the Liberals just broke another election promise that they had made, that of, during the first 2 years of their mandate, to not go beyond a maximum deficit of $10 billion. It is enormous in the circumstances. Even $10 billion is enormous, but now we're talking about twice that every year, and that's not all. A second promise was broken because Justin Trudeau had promised to rebalance public expenditures, the budget, by 2019. The Prime Minister, sorry, I named him and I should not have. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. But now we learned that he's not planning to rebalance this budget ever. If I translate correctly the Liberals' message, it means that the Minister of Finance is going to increase the debt twice as quickly as expected, and that same debt is going to increase continuously without surcease for many years to come. There's no escape. Someone's going to have to pay this bill eventually, at one time or another. And those people will be our children and our grandchildren, and all Canadians in the middle class. Mr. Speaker, we have many indicators that prove this. First of all, the Liberals announced that they had eliminated the universal child care benefit, and they got rid of the tax credit for children's physical activities as well as children's cultural activities. They also eliminated the tax credit for post-secondary education manuals and as well as the public transit tax credit. But that's not all. All of that was a prelude to the cancellation of the projected cut to small business tax credits. And they ended up creating a new carbon tax. But that's not all. We should not forget that the Liberals also eliminated income splitting, reduced by half the contribution limit to TFSAs, eliminated the public transit tax credit, and added a tax on Uber, as well as increasing taxes on beer, wine, and spirits. They attempted to tax benefits, even employee breaks that work in restaurants and that save $2 on every meal that they can buy at the end of their shift in order to have a little something to eat. The Liberal government is trying to throw some water on the burning fire of its expenditures by asking the little people to pay for it. They seem completely disconnected. They seem to belong to a different class, a small percentage of the privileged few. They're making absurd decisions for a great majority of Canadians who are living from paycheck to paycheck. When Canadians learned that the Prime Minister spent his vacation on a private island, which led to significant expenses for taxpayers, we're talking about $215,000 for his family, nobody understands. How can the Prime Minister consider it to be responsible to act in this way? How can he make these decisions without seeing any problem with it at all? No contradiction, no hypocrisy. How can he feel targeted by the growing taxation of Canadian families when his family is protected from those same increases? Perhaps he needs to be reminded that debt interest is more than $15 billion. I'm not talking about the deficit, the interest on the debt. Debt interest is billions of dollars lost that were never invested. And it's not by increasing deficits by $50 billion, which is what we're looking at over a 2-year period. $15 billion in interest. That's the equivalent of 3 tunnels between Quebec and Lévis, of 3 Champlain bridges, of 187,500 kilometers of roads that could have been repaired, 187,500 kilometers of roads that could have been repaired is 12 times the distance coast to coast for Canada. $15 billion in interest on the debt is also 40 Videotron centers, 4 dams like the Romain, places in daycares, affordable housing, 2,500 beds in hospitals, 75 fighter jets, 1,600 wastewater treatment plants on reserve, or 300 railroad bypasses like for Lac Mégantic, which we are still waiting for. The Liberals tell us that they have the Canada Child Benefit, but that's $560 per month. For every maximum $560 that a family will receive, every family will have to pay their share of the deficit. It's just going to be thrown into the credit line. That's $3,500 that every family is going to have to pay off the deficit sooner or later. What the Liberal government gives with the one hand, it takes back automatically with the other. And that debt, what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker? We're just leaving it to future generations. Perhaps this will give the Liberals an idea of the results of their out-of-control expenditures. What we need is a conservative government that will ensure sound management of our finances, fewer taxes, and a more affordable outlook for all Canadians. They should be tackling tax evasion and tax avoidance, which doesn't seem to be the Liberal government's priority. They're protecting the great financier of the party, as we found out this week, a close friend of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, who is suspected of hiding money in tax havens, as demonstrated by the investigations of many newspapers. Which means that with this economic update for 2017, we are definitely on the wrong track, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, there's many areas in the member's speech that I really take some exception to. At the end of the day, I think it's important for us to recognize, you know, I sat in opposition when we saw a Harper government do absolutely nothing in terms of dealing with issues such as tax avoidance or anything of that nature, Mr. Speaker. I sat in opposition when the Harper government allowed the debt to grow $160 billion. You know, we have seen so much progress within 2 years of this administration, far more than we saw in their 10 years of the Harper government. He talks about tax fairness. What did the Conservatives do when it came to putting the tax on Canada's wealthiest? They voted against it. What did they do when it came to the tax break for Canada's middle class? They voted against it. What did they do with the Child Canada benefit enhancement? They voted against it. What did they do against the guaranteed income supplement? They voted against it. My question to the member is, why is their voting record so bad when it comes to representing real Canadians?
Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I really get the impression that my honourable colleague across the way didn't listen to my speech at all. I mean, I even wonder if he took the time to listen to what I said. He's attacking the former government, but it's his own government that is being incredibly hypocritical right now when it comes to the budget. It's this government that has a minister who was recognized as being guilty of conflict of interest by the Ethics Commissioner. This is the Prime Minister who spends taxpayer money on a private island, who eliminated income splitting for families. It's this government that is leaving our families and children and grandchildren in debt by recklessly increasing the deficit without planning to rebalance the budget. It's simply incomprehensible. People who are watching at home are not stupid. They understand what we're saying, and I think that they want to change.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux remercier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech.
Specifically about the Asian Infrastructure Bank. We've heard about that part of this Budget Implementation Act, where this government is taking $500 million and giving it to wealthy bankers to build infrastructure in Asia, not in Canada. And we've heard examples of this government taking away money from diabetics. We've heard them taking away money from people with autism. They've taken away money for people suffering from mental health conditions, and they're giving money away to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. I want to talk about priorities and get the member to talk about the priorities of his constituents. When he was campaigning, did anyone say, please give away $500 million to an infrastructure bank in Asia instead of taking care of Canadian interests first?
Yeah, great question.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. It's a very relevant one. I would have liked to talk about the Asian Infrastructure Bank, but also the government's infrastructure bank, which they're setting up. But I only had 10 minutes for my speech. It's completely incomprehensible that this government is using Canadians' money to invest it in an Asian infrastructure bank for infrastructure that won't even be in Canada, but across the ocean. It's not even in our own country. And on the other side of the House, they often question what we're saying, even though we're being legitimately critical of the budget. They're not even talking about the tax credits that they're taking away from vulnerable people, like people suffering from diabetes. These people are vulnerable, and government is taking money from them instead of allowing them to give money so that they can take care of their own problems. And they're using that money to pay for their reckless spending.
Resuming debate. Please, the débat. Resuming debate. La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moved the Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2017, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
To Standing Order 69-1, the first question is on Clause 48 in relation to agricultural and fisheries cooperatives. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this clause? All those in favor of this clause will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The recorded division on this clause stands deferred. As this is the first time the Chair will put the question on groups of clauses separately, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 69-1, I'd like to explain that given the absence of any detailed instructions in these standing orders, I intend to follow a procedure similar to that outlined in Standing Order 76-1-8 for the putting of the question on amendments at report stage. That is, the calling in of members and the taking of any recorded division requested in relation to any group of clauses being deferred until all of the questions have been put. As we just proceeded through, we'll continue with the remaining questions in this group. La prochaine mise au...
The next question is on clauses 139 and 163 in relation to the GST-HST rebate for public service bodies. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt these clauses? All those in favor of these clauses will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Le vote par appel nominal sur ces...
The recorded division on these clauses stands deferred.
The next question is on clauses 165 to 168 in relation to beer made from concentrate. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt these clauses? All those in favor of these clauses will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The recorded division on these clauses stands deferred. La prochaine mise au voix.
The next question is on clause 261 in relation to the Financial Administration Act in relation to the discharge of debt. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the clause? All those in favor of this clause will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Le vote par appel nominal sur...
The recorded division on this clause stands deferred.
The next question is on all the remaining elements of the bill. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt all the remaining elements of the bill? All those in favor of all the remaining elements of the bill will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The recorded division on all the remaining elements of the bill stand deferred. La Chambre abordera...
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the second reading stage of the bill. Call in the members.
Order. Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moved that Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to Standing Order 69.1, the first question is on Clause 48 in relation to agricultural and fisheries cooperatives. All those in favor of this clause will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Al Gabra.
Mr. Al Gabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McGinty. Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Namatis, Matin, Matipétia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matin, Matavidia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pardon.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to this clause will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poilier.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Mawarwa.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundalk, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundalk, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Yeas pour 205, 205, nays contre 82, 82.
Declare this clause carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next question is on clauses 139 and 163 in relation to the GST-HST rebate for public service bodies. All those in favor of these clauses will please rise.
Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mrs. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Dugan.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Edcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la Métis, Madame Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la Métis, Madame Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serret.
Mr. Serret.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Monsieur Blaney. Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Mazan.
Mr. Mazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontanda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormandanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Minton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Viersen.
Versen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Ms. Quash.
Ms. Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to these clauses will please rise.
Yeas pour 287, 287. Nays contre 0, nul.
I declare these clauses carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur les articles numéro...
The next question is on clauses 165 to 168 in relation to the Excise Tax Act in relation to beer made from the concentrate. All those in favor of these clauses will please rise.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutidier.
Madame Le Boutidier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lozon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemety.
Monsieur Lemety.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Chiquet.
Monsieur Chiffke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anand de Sangre.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Amétis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Amétis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabiard.
Monsieur Rabiard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Camelou Sompton Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abuteya.
Mr. Abuldeyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grave, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Générique.
Monsieur Générique.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormatunda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormandan, Das, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Toot.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame
Monsieur
Gill.
Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à ces articles.
All those opposed to these clauses will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan. Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Naverdière.
Naverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 252, 252. Nays contre 34, 34.
Déclare ces articles.
I declare these clauses carried.
The question is on clause 261 in relation to the discharge of debt. All those in favor of this clause will please rise.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpois-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpois-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Baines.
Ms. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar
Mr.
Chavan.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Nan de Sangre.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Coury.
Mr. Coury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North
Ms.
Island, Powell River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to this clause will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertel.
Mr. Bertel.
Mr. Detel.
Mr. Detel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mrs. Gladue.
Mrs. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormondanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Benson. Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Yeas pour 198, 198. Nays contre 89, 89.
I declare this clause carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next question is on all the remaining elements of the bill. All those in favor of all the remaining elements of the bill will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Lausanne, Jantel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Demetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagno.
Mr. Bagno.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et les Serres.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jivsneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alice
Ms. Alice Lett.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bailiff.
Mr. Bailiff.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fleur.
Mr. Fleur.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa-Vignon-le-Métis, Madame Metapédia.
Mr. Massé Vignon-le-Métis, Madame Madapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. May Stanichkov Island.
Ms. May Sanishkov Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
De tous ceux qui s'opposent au...
All those opposed to the remaining elements will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Béni Bellechasse, Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Bellini Bellechasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Fath.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abulteif.
Mr. Abulteif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grant, Owenson.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Great Owenson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Lancaster.
Lancaster.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Love.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Luzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Luzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Veerson.
Mr. Veerson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Cousy.
Mrs. Cusey.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Soup.
Madame Boutin-Soup.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choc.
Monsieur
Madame
Choquette.
Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Notre Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Boudria.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 122, 122.
declare les éléments restants du projet de loi adopté. The House, having agreed to the entirety of Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures at the second reading stage, the bill will now be read a second time.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote par appel nominal différé sur la motion M126 sous la rubrique Affaires éminentes des députés au nom de Mme Zurowitz. Alors, order. It's a little early. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows.
That in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important contributions Canadian Portuguese have made to building Canada and to Canadian society in general, the cultural diversity of the Portuguese communities in Canada, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Portuguese heritage and culture for future generations by declaring June 10 as Portugal Day and the month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia. Mr. Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Madame Matapédia. Mr. McCambridge. Mr. McCambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam, Mr. McDonald. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Wallet. Mr. Wallet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Hota. Mr. Hota. Mr. Saini. Ms. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Shaw. Mrs. Shaw. Mr. Seri. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Mastery, Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Mission Mastery, Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seacan. Mr. Seacan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera.
At my right.
Mr. Area. Mr. Area. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayliss. Mr. Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Sassy. Mr. Sassy. Mr. Elkoury. Mr. Elkoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscato. Mr. Fragiscato. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchins. Ms. Hutchins.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Salisla.
Ms. Salisla.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernando Sangri.
Mr. Hernando Sangri.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Wilkinson.
Mr. Metty.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon. Stormont Dundas Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Schmel.
Correction, Mr. Schmel.
Mr. Schmel.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Cousy.
Ms. Cousy.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sanish-Kalfan.
Ms. May Sanish-Kalfan.
Zaïd.
Mrs. Zaïd.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Row at my left.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grant, Owensound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, et Chemelidi.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemelidi.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rample.
Ms. Rample.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 287, 287. Nays contre 0, 0.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procède.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M132 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Saini.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Saini, seconded by Ms. Sidhu. Brampton South moved that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to undertake a study on ways of increasing benefits to the public resulting from federally funded health research with the goals of lowering drug costs and increasing access to medicines both in Canada and globally, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 1 year from the time this motion is adopted.
All those on my right who oppose the motion, please rise.
Alors, on va attendre juste une seconde jusqu'à l'audio fonctionne.
Does the audio work?
Mais on va essayer peut-être en...
We'll try perhaps once again to see if the audio works.
Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
OK, ça fonctionne.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bailiff.
Mr. Bailiff.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Marr.
Mr. Marr.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Cassie.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Urson Smith.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchings.
Et à ma droite.
Mr. Sims.
On my right.
Sims.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jevnesky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alice Laird.
Ms. Alice Laird.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Lausanne, Janté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausange, Jantel, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Ms. Petpat-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodell.
Mr. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bigot.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tous ceux à ma...
All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Starmont, St. Gary.
Monsieur Lauzon, Samandanda, Salgangary.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Cousy.
Mrs. Cusey.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sanish Golfallen.
Ms. May Sanish Golfallen.
Gauche.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Rangé à ma gauche.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukowski.
Lukowski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
À ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Vera.
Mr. De Barra.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souit.
Madame Boutin-Souit.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Rangé à ma gauche.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Blaney Belchas et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Belchas et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rampol.
Ms. Rampol.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bern.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton,
Mr.
Strathcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion.
Those at my right who are opposed to this motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left who are opposed to the motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 286, 286. Nays contre 0, 0.
Declare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage order of Bill C-325 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Madame Boutin-Souit, moved that Bill C-325, an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, right to housing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Tutu.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Spanish Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Row at my left.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
My left.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
My left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Is your mic on? All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusi.
Fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Van Dahl.
Mr. Van Dahl.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
At my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemin-Lévis.
Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Khalid.
Mr. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Malone. Monsieur Massé, Avignon Métis, Matin, Malipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rabial.
Mr. Rabial.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
At my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Zarowitz.
Mr. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Chiquet.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sables.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sables.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alisled.
Ms. Alisled.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
At my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lozon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Enchanté, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr.
My right.
Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour 42, 42. Nays contre 243, 243.
I declare the motion defeated. Le Champ procédera maintenant au vote par...
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-346 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
Dwyer moved that Bill C-346, an act to amend the Firearms Act licenses, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui appuient la motion...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormontan del Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormontan del Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Smale.
Mr. Smale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cusey.
Ranger à ma gauche.
The fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Warawa.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Soroya.
Mrs. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row at my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Delten.
Mr. Delten.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Rangée.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Que tous à ma...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Mr. No.
Premier rangée.
First row at my right.
Que tous à ma gauche qui s'opposent.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Tutu.
Monsieur Tutu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Boudria. Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sandwich Golfire.
Quatrième rangée à ma...
Fourth row at my right, or left rather.
Propolis.
Lambopoulos.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Mr. DeBarra.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Suisse.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms.
Ms.
Matheson.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Tous à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Madame Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rabial.
Mr. Rabial.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seakin.
Mr. Seakin.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
À ma droite.
Mr. Ari.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bailiff.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Duriot.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Kuri.
Mr. Curry.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. House.
Rangée à ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Chiffquier.
Mr. Chiffquier.
Mr. Varan.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Miss Coltrane Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Chez Milieu, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarts.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislam.
Ms. Alislam.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Rangé à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
À ma droite.
First row at my right.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour 83, 83. Nays contre 199, 199.
Déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House, because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting, as will the debate on the motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance.
Order. Just to be sure, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last June, I asked a question about a request for supply arrangement, also known as an RFSA, that was issued by the Parks Canada Agency on May 5th, 2017. The RFSA is for interpretive exhibit writing, and let me read to you the description given. The Parks Canada Agency requires the services of contractors capable of providing national parks, national historic sites, and national marine conservation areas throughout Canada complete interpretive product planning and interpretive writing services, including development of thematic framework for all types of non-personal media, including a range of visitor experience products such as panels, brochures, touchscreens, sculptures, artifact displays, multimedia, and exterior signs. The interpretive writing must be in keeping with Parks Canada's emphasis on facilitating memorable visitor experiences. And this next section is key to this evening's discussion, Mr. Speaker. The writer will work closely with the site park staff, the product developer, designer, historians, scientists, and other Parks Canada staff. That sounds like excellent work, Mr. Speaker. I love to see panels and displays in our cherished national parks and inform and educate and even entertain our visitors. But there's a problem. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report called on the federal government to do things differently. Call to action number 79 says, we call upon the federal government in collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal organizations, and the arts community to develop a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. This would include, but not be limited to, amending the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat, revising the policies, criteria, and practices of the National Program of Historical Commemoration to integrate Indigenous history, heritage values, and memory practices into Canada's national heritage and history, and developing and implementing a national heritage plan and strategy for commemorating residential school sites, the history and legacy of residential schools, and the contributions of Aboriginal peoples to Canada's history. I'd like to mention that my friend across the floor, the member for Cloverdale-Langley City, has moved Private Member Bill C-374 to address Part 1 and include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada, and my party and I support his bill. And the government, including the Parks Canada Agency, is committed to respecting the rest of the call to action from number 79. Yet this RFSA makes no mention of Indigenous expertise. It has no requirement to consult with First Nations, Métis, or Inuit communities. It talks clearly about the need to work with park staff, designers, historians, and scientists, but leaves our Indigenous communities out in the cold. And so I ask again, Mr. Speaker, as I did last May, will the government honour the history and sites of our Indigenous people, recognize their expertise, and work with them by changing this RFSA to properly recognize and include Indigenous heritage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his question and for the passion that he shows on issues relating to parks and Indigenous reconciliation. Parks Canada is committed to implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action number 79, and is doing so in a manner that ensures Indigenous voices and perspectives are very much present in our national historical narrative. The agency works with more than 300 Indigenous communities across the country in conserving, restoring, and presenting Canada's natural and cultural heritage. This includes implementing advisory bodies and cooperative management boards that ensure Indigenous perspectives are reflected not only in cultural and historical programming, but also in conservation science and in the day-to-day operational decisions of our heritage places. Beyond the call to action number 79, Parks Canada is committed to developing a system of national heritage places that recognizes both the invaluable contributions of Indigenous peoples and the traditional use of these special places. In addition, Parks Canada is working with Indigenous partners to develop interpretive materials and activities at national parks, national historic sites, and national marine conservation areas that are respectful of Indigenous traditions, cultures, and contributions to Canada's heritage. During 2017, existing Indigenous visitor experiences were enhanced, and the new experiences were offered in collaboration with Indigenous communities and businesses as part of an initiative that received $4.7 million in funding through Budget 2016. The RFP in question seeks interpretive writing services that might cover any aspect of Parks Canada's broad mandate to present Canada's natural and cultural heritage. I can assure you that we very much hope that Indigenous businesses will bid on this work and will be focused on bringing their perspective and expertise to this initiative. It is always Parks Canada's expectation that Indigenous perspectives be considered and included wherever relevant in all aspects of its interpretive programming and works to provide opportunities to Indigenous businesses that have positive socioeconomic benefits for local communities while offering unique, meaningful, and memorable learning experiences to Canadians and to international visitors.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his response. This RFSA is scheduled to be on Parks Canada's website until 2020, and it's a pretty simple fix. It's just, I'll read the line again. The writer will work closely with the site and park staff, the product developer, designer, historians, scientists, and other Parks Canada staff. I would ask again that they add Indigenous people to this and make sure that the Indigenous people are properly respected in their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my remarks, we are very concerned to ensure that Indigenous peoples and their perspectives and their histories and their culture are reflected in the context of the discussions around Canada's parks. We will continue to do that in every effort going forward, and we will reflect on that as we consider all of the RFPs that we're going to be issuing going forward.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the strong support from the member from Langley and his hard work on all things conservative. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed an honor to be able to rise on the adjournment proceeding tonight and to address my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary on National Defence, about a question I originally raised back on June the 8th. And so here we are a few months later, talking about the defense policy review process and the report that was tabled, not in this House immediately, it was actually released to the public by the Minister of Defense. But our concern that we raised at that time, and I still have, is that the defense policy, although there were some good things in it, is under-resourced, and that there's a bit of a shell game going on with where the money's going to come from. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Liberals have cut $12 billion from the defense budget in the budget of 2016 and budget 2017. There was just under $4 billion cut in 2016 and just over $8 billion cut in budget 2017. Now, that has a huge impact on our ability to have a capable and force that is ready to deploy to defend Canada's sovereignty, to work with our allies, and to stand up for those who cannot stand for themselves around the world. And, Mr. Speaker, as we know, the Liberals have broken a number of promises as it relates to our Canadian Armed Forces, including peacekeeping. They still have not made any decisions on deploying peacekeeping of 600 troops, spending $450 million, and deploying 150 police officers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, peacekeeping has dropped to an all-time low of only 88 peacekeepers from Canada participating in United Nations missions around the world this month. 88. And I think that is something that the Liberals should be quite ashamed of, especially with the Minister of National Defence hosting a UN peacekeeping conference in Vancouver on November 14th and 15th. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is some major gaps in the defense policy review that the Liberals came out with. First of all, it was done in isolation and wasn't informed by the foreign policy, where if you look at the United States, you look at the United Kingdom, you look at Australia, when they've done their defense policies, they've done it in collaboration with a foreign policy review at the same time. And, Mr. Speaker, what we have is some major shortfalls in the defense policy because of it. We do not have any plans to replace our submarines. And we need to have the ability to protect Canada from approaching threats in our waters and protect our seaways and protect the Arctic in particular. Submarines are stealthy. Our adversaries have them, and it's actually there's been a huge proliferation of submarines. We still have not been able to get to a point where we're ordering any fighter jets. We're 2 years into the mandate, and the defense policy is calling for 88 fighter jets, and they still have not been able to deliver a single fighter jet to replace our aging CF-18s, and the options they're presenting are quite embarrassing. And they are not matching the NATO aspirational target of spending 2% of GDP on our military. They're getting to 1.4%, and they're doing it through some very creative accounting by stealing some money from Foreign Affairs, stealing some money from Coast Guard, stealing money from Veterans Affairs through pensions to actually build up the budget beyond what it actually is spending on national defense. And Mr. Speaker, it is time for the Liberals to get serious about actually resourcing our troops properly.
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. I know that he's very devoted to the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I appreciate that very much. On June 7th, the Minister of National Defence presented Canadians with their new defence policy, Protection, Security, Engagement. This policy is comprehensive and well thought out, and it's a plan for the next 20 years. It puts military members and their families at the heart of the plan. The new policy is based on a solid commitment to increase funding for the armed forces by more than 70% over the next 10 years. The new defense policy allowed us to secure an additional amount of $62.3 billion on an accounting basis over 20 years. And there was money that wasn't spent in the early years that allowed us to accumulate that amount. And this includes $6.5 billion for the next 6 years. This amount includes additional operational funding for the maintenance of existing equipment, as well as new initiatives. It also includes additional funding for equipment and infrastructure. By 2026-2027, the annual budget will have increased to nearly $33 billion. As the new Deputy Minister said in committee on October 30th, the launch of this new policy was a great moment and an opportunity that only really comes around once in a career. Mr. Speaker, the new defense policy clearly recognizes the importance of the Canadian Armed Forces. The funding plan that we've committed to is supported by external experts and has been examined by external accounting firms as well. This stable funding will allow us to make significant investments in defense and to meet the needs of the day while still planning for the future. Since our government came to power, we have made great progress. The modernization program for the Halifax-class frigates is almost finished. The rollout of armored patrol vehicles is going well. And we have the entire fleet of labs that will be updated. We've signed a new contract for a new search and rescue aircraft. We're getting ready to publish a call for tenders for the permanent replacement of our fighter jet fleet. And the offshore patrol ships, the building of them is advancing well. We've also committed to building 15 surface combat vessels and 2 inter-army support vessels to ensure that the Navy has everything they need to carry out their missions. Canadians can see that we are determined to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces and their staff are well equipped and appropriately supported. This is evident in this new policy. Canada needs to be engaged in the world. We have an important role to play. But engaging in the world, if we want to do that, first we need to ensure that our country is safe. The new defense policy and the wise funding plan that accompanies it will ensure that Canada will be strong and fully engaged in the world. This is what Canadians expect, and that's what we are committed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Conservatives believe that our men and women in uniform deserve the best equipment, training, and support available. That requires substantial investments to be made today, not 20 years from now. Unfortunately, what we learned that the majority of the funding in the defense policy won't be available until after the next election, when we're government, and the government won't tell us where it's going to come from. So they're running huge deficits. They're going to have to go into deficit to do any of the spending that they're saying. It's still underfunded compared to what we need in our military. Actually, one of the witnesses that we had in National Defense Committee today said that we have to come up to the 2% if we're going to carry the weight that's expected of us, not only to defend our own country and our own sovereignty, but to participate in NATO. The Parliament Secretary talks about procurement on Navy ships, and I tell you, it is a mess, especially on the surface commands. The Arctic offshore patrol vessels, the Harry DeWolf class, was started under us, and those are only ships being delivered on time. And that's why today, as a Conservative Party, we know that the joint supply ships are being delayed because of interference from the government, along with the surface combatants, and that's why we're saying we need to have another interim offshore auxiliary oil replenishment ship built by Davy to fill the gaps that are being created by the Liberals.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new defence policy is realistic, and its funding is well accounted for. Unlike what the Conservatives left to us, with only enough funding for 6 surface combat ships, we provided funding for all 15, and we are ensuring that the Canadian Armed Forces will be well equipped. We also have a software system that allows anyone within the department to understand the initiatives proposed within the policy and to track progress. All team leads in defense can follow this on their workstation and be involved in the implementation of these initiatives. The system is regularly updated, and we hope that this tool will become an important source of motivation for employees. Within the Department of Defense, the message is clear. The Minister, senior managers, and the Chief of Defense Staff share a single goal: to move forward on the right track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Member from Selkirk Interlake. What an incredible Member of Parliament he is, and if he could only be the Minister of Defence here in Canada, hopefully one day that soon will happen. What an incredible job he does. Mr. Speaker, it was the question today is about the fairness or unfairness of taxes that Canadians are experiencing with this Liberal government. I think approximately a year ago, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that he was mandating a mandatory carbon tax on carbon in Canada, and that all the provinces and territories would have to put a price on carbon. Now, there's diverse opinions on that, whether it should be happening or not. I live in British Columbia, and we've had a carbon tax for a number of years. So the debate is not on the carbon tax. The debate is not on whether or not our climate is changing. The debate is on the fairness of taxation. And the Prime Minister, in justifying placing a price on carbon, clearly made this promise. He said in October 3rd, 2016, provinces and territories will be able to have a choice in how they are implementing this pricing. He went on to say they can put a direct price on carbon pollution, or they can adopt a cap-and-trade system. Whatever approach is chosen, this policy will be revenue neutral for the federal government. Again, this policy will be revenue neutral for the federal government. Mr. Speaker, we found out shortly after that through a request through the Library of Parliament that wasn't true. That, in fact, the government in their budget projections was estimating an increase of GST coming to the federal government by charging GST on the carbon tax. Now, GST, goods and services tax, Canadians are always willing to pay their fair share. But what the government is doing now and are projecting that they are going to have millions of new dollars coming out of Canadian provinces and territories by charging GST on the price of carbon. Mr. Speaker, that's not fair. And I asked for input from a number of constituents, and they said that should be stopped because it's not fair. In fact, it's not common sense. It shows a government that has out-of-control spending that they need to get more taxes for wherever they can. Well, we're seeing that continued on where they're charging increased taxes, taking away the tax benefits for children with autism, Mr. Speaker, for people with diabetes, and on and on. This is a government that's out of control. They need to get tax revenue, they believe. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the Liberal dilemma with budgets that won't balance are reduce their spending, stop the out-of-control spending. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the government again is, why do they believe it's fair to charge tax on a tax when Canadians don't believe that?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks, and I want to thank him for the opportunity to talk about carbon pricing. And what we believe in, and what we do believe in, is in protecting the environment. We think that's an integral part to building a strong and prosperous Canada. Canadians know that polluting comes at a cost. We see the costs of droughts, floods, and other extreme weather, but also the effect on our health. Canadians expect polluters to pay because it's the right thing to do for our kids, for our grandkids, for future generations that will come after us. Pricing carbon pollution is a central component of the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change that was announced by Canada's First Ministers in December 2016. Under the Pan-Canadian Framework, Mr. Speaker, provinces and territories have, as the member has mentioned, the flexibility to choose between two systems, an explicit price-based system, either a carbon tax or a carbon levy, an output-based pricing system, or a cap-and-trade system. British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, representing over 80% of the population, have already implemented carbon pricing. The Government of Canada will introduce a backstop pricing system that will apply in jurisdictions that do not meet a federal carbon pricing benchmark. As committed under the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, the federal government will return direct revenues from the carbon price under the federal backstop to the province or territory of origin. For instance, this revenue can be used to cut taxes, to invest in clean innovation and infrastructure, or given straight back to Canadian families. Details of the proposed federal option were outlined in a technical paper, which was released for public consultation on May 18th. The government is assessing the many comments received on the proposed backstop option. As our Minister for the Environment and Climate Change has stated clearly before, pollution isn't free, and a successful climate change strategy is one that puts a price on pollution so that Canadians can make choices about their consumption habits to ensure that they do not come at the expense of our environment. I encourage all members to learn everything that they can about the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. To us, Mr. Speaker, making polluters pay is an important part of any serious climate plan, which unfortunately the previous government never delivered for Canadians, a serious climate plan. In fact, many of them still have a hard time realizing the science between climate change. But we think that making polluters pay is important, that it gives the incentive to companies to innovate and create cleaner solutions, and most importantly, to reduce pollution. So we're proud to be working together with provinces and territories, Indigenous people, businesses, communities, and all Canadians to build a more sustainable, cleaner, more prosperous economy and create good-paying middle-class jobs for the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could thank the member for his answer, but there was no answer. And that's the problem in this House is the government said it would be revenue neutral, no GST on the carbon tax, and yet they're charging carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, the government promised transparency, and we don't have that. They promised they'd take care of seniors. We don't have that. They promised the Canadians would be better, further ahead with their government, and we don't have that. Taxes have increased. Most Canadians now are paying approximately $800 a year more under this government. So they don't answer questions, and the frustration level in this House and with Canadians are reaching a peak, Mr. Speaker, that is unhealthy. When will the government start answering questions, even the basic questions that were asked here tonight? Please, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the member to answer the questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think the cynicism here is very high. The opposition could be working more productively and constructively. I mean, when they say that the government did nothing for seniors, on the contrary, one of the first things we did was increasing the guaranteed income supplement by 10%, lowering the retirement age from 67 to 65, which has allowed hundreds of thousands of seniors in Canada to be more prosperous. And there are so many things. So when the they say things that are completely outrageous, like the government is doing nothing for seniors. I mean, it's just complete cynicism, and I think they should work more. In terms of answering my colleague's question, I said for us it's clear that putting a price on carbon is a good thing. We're going to do that in collaboration with the provinces. The provinces can decide what they want to do with the revenue. It's up to them. But we think it's important that companies that pollute know that there is a price for that, and that price is the tax on carbon. And we believe that a plan like this will encourage companies to innovate so that they can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. That's what we want, and that's something that the previous government didn't do.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.